won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're heading straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Just
Another trip around the sun.
Hello, guys. Hello. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? We have a new addition to the wall behind me. Okay, we have a new addition to the wall, as you can see. Thanks to Elevator Lady. Thank you so much, Elevator Lady. Elevator Lady sent me a Palestinian flag, so I finally have one. Okay, Philly cheese, I still don't have a song ready. I still need to stop that thing. Okay, you need to wait. Wait until I say that if I can do it, Philly cheese. You just wasted those fucking points. Anyway, so we have a Palestinian flag now behind here. Okay, so thank you so much, Elevator Lady. The flag, I looked at it. Um, the flag she sent is actually made in Palestine. It is made in Palestine by Palestinians. Finally have one. I have always had the Ukrainian flag. I had that before I started streaming because my father had that. So, okay, you know, when you groove, fine, fine. I'll find a song to sing. Because I like you and your groove, I will find a song to sing for Philly cheese. Okay. Uh, so I finally have a Palestinian flag. Thank you so much, Elevator Lady. And again, it's one that was actually made in Palestine. So deeply appreciate you, Elevator Lady. It was about time I had one, really. It was about time I got one. Now, I know it looks kind of crooked right now. I might need to spend some time after stream making sure it looks great. When's the unions and spirit? Right there. Okay, funds help Palestine too. Fantastic, Elevator Lady. So it was partially, this is also a donation to Palestine. So everyone needs to, everyone give it Elevator Lady a shout out. She has, this is a community thing, really. Okay, if you think about it, because you know it's for all of us too. Okay, it's so cool that it was made there. Good flagging, yeah. I can tell it was handmade. There's like little imperfections. Not, I don't mean that as like a insult, as in it's unique. Okay, it's very cool. So I'm going to let me. I actually, it looks a little bit crooked. I'm going to fix it a tiny bit. Okay. Look, Jonas finally got the Palestine flag from Elevator Lady. There we go. Okay. And now I need a better setup for the sword. But the sword goes well with the Palestine flag for a number of reasons, but the sword is kind of hard to see now. Maybe I should come up with something. Anyway, or maybe I could switch around the flag so that it's up against the green, or I can get a mount. I should get a mount for the sword, and then put this sword up here. That would be the real thing. If I got a mount for it and then put the sword up there, that'd be great. Anyway, okay. I also need to get rid of this couch. I need to get rid of the couch too. If you guys have ever seen where the room I'm in down here, you don't see what's around me, but I lived on my own for 10 plus years. So I have like a bunch of furniture down here, but I don't have room for it. So I have like a futon and a couch and a lazy boy and a desk over behind here and then like other stuff but I don't have room for all of them, so I'm like surrounded by furniture right now. So I need to figure out a way to so I have the couch back here mainly for space, but if I get rid of that, I think it'll look even better, right? Because I have a bunch of cool stuff I could put up on the walls. Anyway, okay. Hello guys. Hello, welcome, welcome. Don't get rid of couch potato. No, not couch potato. Okay. Hello guys. Hello. So let me find a song to sing in honor of Philly cheese. Okay, I have some that I could sing. Here, let me find a good one for you guys. So Philly cheese did sent me a song. I know what song to sing. Let me just make sure I. Okay. Now I will sing you a song because it was Philly cheese sent me the $5,000 point thing. So, but first, let me say hello to everyone. Okay, we have who do we have here? We have hello, James Nordoff. How are you doing, James Nordoff? So glad you're here, James Nordoff. So glad you're here. Okay, so glad you're here as always. Hello, Antifa. You. Hello, Doug. How are you doing? So glad you're here as always. Hello, Sir Bart. Yes, we're here to yuck it up. I have very few plans for today, apart from I'm going to do a little talk about Hitler's ideology, which I've done before, but there appeared to be enough people on Discord who wanted me to do it over again in case you haven't heard it or wanted a refresher for our continued conversation of fascism. So let me just double check to see, did we get enough people voting for that? Yes. Okay. So we got enough people voting for that. So I will do a quick refresher on that. And then we have some other things we're going to talk about. We're going to kind of ad lib it after that because, it's Saturday. So hello, Hedonic Samuel. How are you doing, Hedonic Samuel? So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Hedonic Samuel. Okay. So glad you're here. We have, Weirdomorphous Blob. As always, we love the Blob. Who doesn't love the Blob? The Blob is the Blob is the Blob, right? The Blob is the best. We call her Double B, Best Blob. Okay. Is that a bra size? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Okay. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing, Dolly Boy? So glad you're here as always. So glad you're here. All right. Hello, Roshi. Always love having Roshi here. Hello, Elevator Lady. How are you doing, Elevator Lady? As always, thank you so much, for the flag. I really do deeply appreciate it. If anyone does have anything they ever want to send me, just send me a private message in the Discord. I will give you the PO box number or the address that you can send it to. I just don't want to post it publicly. So if you ever have something you want to send me, just hit me up on the Discord, okay? And I will give you the address you can send it to. Let's see here, Chairman Bart. Hello in your groove. How are you doing? So glad you're here. Hello, Cody. How are you doing, Cody? Yes. So, Cody, you haven't missed much context. Everyone, check out Cody's channel on Twitch. Cody live streams. We love Cody's live streams. So it's Cody OWW on Twitch. Okay. What context have I missed today? I just see Sam holding a Palestine flag. So, Elevator Lady sent me a Palestine flag. It's amazing, right? Okay. So, oh,
Mwah.
thank you, Dolly Boy, for the kiss. Thank you. You're the best. Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay. Hello, John Morano. Hello, new haircut. Yes, John Morano. I got a haircut a few days ago. Glad to see you again, John Morano. Glad you're here. Hello, Dodongo. Who else did I miss? Did I miss Philly Cheese? Hello, Philly Cheese. Love you, Philly Cheese. You're the best. Okay. Hello, Jonas. How are you doing, Jonas? So glad you're here. How are you feeling, Jonas, after yesterday? Uh, Felici. Hello, Louise. How are you doing? How are you doing, Louise? Yeah, it's a good idea for the sword. I should put it above, right? Um, Tater Tot. That's so nice of Elevator, right? Isn't Elevator Lady the best, Tater Tot? So glad you're here, Tater Tot, of course, as well. Um, yeah, Louise, I've heard the Odyssey's pretty good. I've heard the Odyssey's pretty good. Meowzord saw it and said it was pretty good. So I'm probably gonna go see it at some point. We should talk about it at some point, Louis. You should tell me about it at some point. I'd like to know about it. Okay, guys, it looks like yeah, we're always Cody maxing 100%, and Cody does have the best music. Cody's music is better than my music. All right, Mayflower Kid, as a gestures, hello, Mayflower Kid, how are you doing? How are you doing, Mayflower Kid? We all love Mayflower Kid as well. Mayflower Kid does so much fucking shit for the community. It's amazing. Okay. All right, silly jester doesn't know my bra size. Well, good, because I'm glad I don't know that. No offense to you, Weird Amorphous Blob, but that'd be kind of weird if I knew your bra size. Okay. Shh, Weird Amorphous Blob. No one coding maxes in here. What do you mean? Okay. All right, guys. That would not help with the sexism allegations, Weird Amorphous Blob, if I knew some random woman in the community's bra size. Anyway, okay. Let's go on here. So let's go on. Let's we have stuff to talk about. So obviously, I'm gonna sing you a song. Okay, and so this is a John Lennon song. Now, obviously, I am not a good singer. I am not that great of a singer, so this is gonna be a very folk song sound. Okay, hello, Mummified Butterfly. How are you? How are you doing, Mummified Butterfly? How are you doing? It's been a while. I feel like Mummified Butterfly. Maybe it's not. I feel like I haven't seen you in a bit, but glad you're here, Mummified Butterfly. Jonas says now you just have to deal with the racism allegations. Who says I want to, Jonas? Who says I want to deal with that? Who says it's not true? Just kidding, just kidding. I'm not a racist, I promise. Okay. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Mummified Butterfly. Mummified Butterfly says, I just survived a stomach bug 2 days ago. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Mummified Butterfly. I hate stomach bugs. Don't you give me that look, Dolly Boy. Don't you give me that look, okay? Anyway, hello, Vicky. Welcome again from Barcelona. Glad to have you here. Very jealous. Love Barcelona. Haven't been there, want to go. Okay, so here's the song I'm going to sing per Philly Cheese's request. This is called Working Class Hero by John Lennon. Again, I'm not a great singer, so bear with me. But because I'm a jester, it's good that I know a little bardic, I can do some bardic inspiration. Okay, ready? As soon as you're born, they make you feel small by giving you no time instead of it all, till the pain is so big you feel nothing at all. A working class hero is something to be. A working class hero is something to be. They hurt you at home and they hit you at school. They hate if you're clever and they despise a fool, till you're so fucking crazy you can't follow their rules. A working class hero is something to be. A working class hero is something to be. When they've tortured and scarred you for 20 odd years, still they expect you to pick a career. When you can't really function, you're so full of fear. A working class hero is something to be. A working class hero is something to be. Keep you doped with religion and sex and TV. And you think you're so clever and classless and free, but you're still fucking peasants as far as I can see. A working class hero is something to be. A working class hero is something to be. But there's room at the top, they are telling you still. But first you must learn how to smile as you kill, if you want to be like the folks on the hill. A working class hero is something to be. A working class hero is something to be. And there you go. There is Working Class Hero by John Lennon. Thank you, Golly Boy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, I know it's not a great singer. I'm not a great singer, but alas, I do like to sing. I'm just not great at it. You're collapsed to your knees crying. Hilarious. Okay. I did not go to the Bard's College, Sir Bard. I wish if I would have been around in the Middle Ages, I would have been a bard. Okay, I would have been a traveling bard. That or a jester, but probably a traveling bard, just because it would have been harder to be a jester. DHS at so MPC cleaner. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. That's also not an easy song. So like I messed up at several points, but you should look it up. John Lennon and Bob Dylan sings it really well too. John Lennon sings it well. Bob Dylan sings it well. Okay. DHS ended duration. Hello, Jay Williams Art. How are you doing? DHS ended duration of status for international students and capped visa for 4 years with no provision for PhD students, which takes 5 to 7 years. Great, MP Cleaner. Just will contribute more to the what is it, brain drain that we're experiencing in the country. Okay. So anyway, by the way, do we like the lyrics of that song? I know I'm not done talking about it. Do we like the lyrics of that song? Very accurate, right? Okay, very accurate description. Okay. Do you know the Dragonborn comes? I do. Okay, I do, Sir Bar. Okay, guys. So we have some things to do today. LaQuabois, you missed me singing. Welcome, LaQuabois. You missed me singing. Okay, shame. Go back and listen to me sing, because everyone should hear that. Okay, no, please don't. That'd be embarrassing. All right. So, guys, let's go on here. Let's go on. Excellent, Mummified Butterfly. Let's go on here. I know. I hate you, LaQuabois. It was a great job. Okay. I'm not much interested in hearing them from John fucking Lennon. I know. John Lennon, not perfect. Whatever. Okay. Uh, okay. Let's go on here. So I'll take a drink here. All right. Let's go on. Yeah, he was not a nice guy. I will say, I think it was Bob Dylan ended up singing it later too. There are other people who have sung it, but the lyrics are still really good. I still like the song. I know he's not a great guy, but yeah, sometimes you have to separate art from the artist. In this case, that's a really good piece of art. Anyway, yeah, he was. I think he was a wife beater, wasn't he? Unfortunately, the music that was a very good song. Anyway, okay, so let's go on here, guys. So let's go on here. So this is what I wanted to do first, guys. Is yeah, he did. He did, LaCroix. He was not a perfect guy, but let's admit the song was good, right? The song's good. It's a good song. Okay. So you notice that I didn't make much of a presentation. This is a shitty collection of things I threw up on a page. So what I want to do is before we get into some of the more fun stuff, give me a second, guys, to just I've done this presentation before, but I did a I'm going to do it again because I asked people on Discord if they were okay with if they wanted a reminder about Hitler's ideology. Because we've been doing the last week or so or longer, we've been talking about fascism, okay, the ideology of fascism, the history of fascism, and things like that. I promise we'll go on to some more fun stuff since it's Saturday, but just to prepare people for next week, for the next week's presentations about the rise of Hitler and the Nazis, I wanted to give you sort of an overview again of Hitler's ideology, and I will try to skip some of the stuff. I will try to skip some of the stuff. I just want to see where Bismarck. Yeah, there you go, Jonas. Okay. Well, you can kind of already see it, Jonas, and I'll explain here in a second. Okay. Well, but we'll talk more. So remember, guys, that I'm going to tell you a little bit today about Hitler, how he was raised and things like that. Right, LaCroix? I will definitely shake my head. So actually, let me go back here first. Before I do this, I have some notes here. I was going to wait to do this presentation on Monday, but just give you a little bit of background here. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. Adolf Hitler was born on April 20th, 1889. Does anyone know where Hitler was born? Anyone know where Hitler was born? I know that was pretty funny. Whitmer's life. Okay. Where was Hitler born? Yes, in Austria-Hungary. Okay. He was born in Austria. Okay. And Austria-Hungary, guys, was a pretty awful empire. It was absolutely horrific. It was centered in Austria, but it had tons of minority groups within it who were being influenced by nationalism. So a lot of them wanted independence. It was Vienna, which was the capital of Austria-Hungary, was a sort of hub of intellectual, artistic movements, and a hub of conspiracy theories and extreme racism. Very racist ideologies, partially because Austria-Hungary was so ethnically diverse. There were a lot of Jewish people there, Czechs, Hungarians. There was a lot of different ethnicities and stuff in Austria-Hungary. And as a matter of fact, it was such a this diversity was a big problem for Austria-Hungary because all these different groups wanted independence. Not this diversity, I should say their control over these groups because they were an empire, to the point where during World War I, Austria-Hungary would have to put different ethnic groups on trains and send them across the country to fight groups that weren't their same ethnic group. Okay, so for example, there were Serbians living in Austria-Hungary, and they couldn't just send those Serbians to fight against Serbia because then they wouldn't fight. They would join the enemy. So they had to put those Serbian soldiers on a train, send them to the other side of the country, okay, to fight like Russians or something or some other group in order to, well, maybe not Russians, to because they couldn't let these ethnic groups fight where they were. Otherwise, they would side with the people they were fighting. It was not an effective government structure. It was massively authoritarian and brutal. Hitler grew up in this environment. He grew up in this sort of milieu of all this racist thoughts, art thoughts, artistic movements, and things like that. Okay. He was born in April 20th, 1889. His father was very unpleasant. Okay. His father was well known to be abusive, to be abusive towards his mother, be abusive towards Hitler. Now, I want to be clear. I want to be clear. I've heard people say this explains why Hitler was the way he was. He was abused by his father. No, it was actually not that uncommon at the time for parents to beat their children. Now, was it good? No. But not everyone who was beaten at the time became Hitler. I'm just saying. So yeah, that he had kind of a traumatic childhood, I guess, in that his mother was beaten by his father beat him. His father would drink a lot. Um, and he had four siblings, but they all died. He was the only yeah, exactly, Laquava. Okay. He was the only there were four other siblings that his mother had. They all died. He was the only child that she had left. It is thought that, this is kind of fun to do armchair psychology. Obviously, guys, all this is theoretical. We don't actually know much about his early years, but it's his mother apparently was very doting on him. Because she had lost four children, you don't blame the poor woman, and had been beaten by her husband. She really showered him with praise, showered him with was kind of spoiled him a lot, convinced him that, he was a really special boy because the poor woman had gone through a lot of trauma. All right. So he had a lifelong um, connection to his mother. Obviously, she died, but even then, he still would visit her grave. Uh, by the way, so he was in this milieu. Okay, he was in this milieu. I love the word milieu. It makes me sound so classy. In Austria, okay, and he was he went to school in Austria-Hungary. His father, by the way, had been an Austro-Hungarian civil servant, kind of a minor government official. Yeah, right, Lacroix. Um, and he wasn't really well focused in school. He had trouble focusing. His teachers would always make comments about him having trouble focusing, to the point where he didn't complete high school. He literally did not complete high school, and when he was in school, he didn't focus that well. Um, it was well known at the time that he was kind of a raving nationalist. But the interesting thing about Hitler was that he was a voracious reader, a voracious reader. He read everything he could get his hands on. Now, listen, I'm telling you about this because it is interesting to figure out, as historians, which you all are now, I hope you know that, being with my, yeah, exactly, Weird Moore's Blob, being with my being with this community, you're all basically I almost said Hitler. You're all basically historians now. No, Sir Bar, I am not. Okay. So, but when we look at someone like this, milieu, Loisa. Okay. Anyway, if we when we talk about someone like Hitler, we have to try and understand the conditions that created them as a person rather than just being like they're bad fundamentally. And listen, he is bad, but the reason I'm trying to explain to you why he was the way he was is because it'll show you how conditions at the time created him. Does this make sense? Okay. Just to be clear about that, he was a horrible person. So he was a voracious reader, but again, he never had much of a formal education. So what this resulted in, guys, is he read a bunch of stuff that he already kind of believed in and did not diversify his education. Okay? He read a lot of German literature that was about like romantic nationalism and like stories of Siegfried and the glories of the German knights of history and the glories of Bismarck and all these things. He also read a lot of literature that was common in Austria-Hungary at the time, including works by Houston Stewart Chamberlain, for example. Okay, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, works by other social Darwinist racist folks. He read a lot of that stuff. He read a lot in one particular area, which was whatever interested him, which was typically nationalism mixed with racism. Okay. To be clear, yeah, Frederick the Great, you're right, Dolly Boy. Okay. So he read a lot of like romantic nationalist things. He loved westerns, by the way. He loved American westerns. Um, yes, eugenics, Thelonious Dunk. And I want something else interesting about this. Okay, so if you go back, we actually have one of his personal libraries, and in the books that he read, he had a tendency to X out, like he would take a pen or a pencil and he would X out parts of the book he disagreed with, so that he would only take away from the book what he wanted to take away from it. So he literally made an echo chamber for himself. He made an echo chamber for himself where he would literally ignore parts of books that disagreed with his worldview and he would literally X them out. Okay. And only cared about those parts of books that fit with his idea of the world. Exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. No critical engagement. And this is very reflective. This is very reflective. I know, Lois, so I know you do. Okay. Very reflective of the sort of idealism, okay? This idea that all that matters is how I view the world. It doesn't matter what reality is. Whether he meant that himself to develop that way or not, that's how he kind of ended up doing it. He also loved art, okay? And he decided, after failing, not doing well at school, he went to a prestigious art museum in Austria. Still was a voracious reader and attempted to become an artist. He was denied entry into that school by the Jewish headmaster at the school. That's sort of besides the point. That is kind of exaggerated by people, that influence in his life. There is some truth to it. He also, by the way, had a lot of very positive experiences with Jewish people. Okay. His mother was kept alive for a very long time by a Jewish doctor who, by all accounts, was a very kind man and who wouldn't charge them much for his services at all. And sometimes he would do the work without pay, and was very kind to Hitler. Hitler actually really liked this guy, this Jewish doctor. As a matter of fact, he also, after he failed to get into this art, um, after he failed to get into this art school, he already was doing a bit of this. He became kind of a layabout, a lazy layabout, and I don't normally use that term, but it's Hitler. I'm allowed to. He tried to sell his art on the streets. He wasn't that successful. There was one guy in particular who did really help him out and kept him going. And that was a Jewish guy who bought a lot of his art and then tried to sell it. And this guy was partially just out of kindness, was trying to support him to improve his art, literally bought his art from him and then sold it elsewhere for him. So he had positive experience with the Jewish folks a lot of times. He had a negative experience with the Jewish person that didn't let him into the school. Admittedly, he did not have that. His art wasn't that great. His art really lacked perspective. Um, okay. Um, and I disagree, Loiso, and I know you say academic chauvinism, but when I've seen his art, he does have an issue with perspective. Okay. But regardless, it's irrelevant, right? Um, he was his art was boring. Okay, his art was extremely boring. It was like he would basically draw buildings. He would draw buildings, landscapes, same shit, different day. Okay. Oh no, the Palestinian flag fell. I need to put that back up. Okay. So anyway, regardless, then World War One broke out. Okay, World War One broke out, and to be clear, oh hey Dubois, how are you doing? Okay, so listen, Hitler had been in Vienna. He had spent a lot of time in Vienna. He had spent a lot of time in cafes in Vienna. Vienna had a coffee house culture of having these little coffee houses where I'm sorry, middle class people would sit around. Uh, middle class people would sit around, kind of drinking coffee and having intellectual discussions with each other, talking about the news. And on several occasions, he was very much like a middle class bohemian type. He would go and sit there and talk with a variety of people who would share for them his share with him their worldviews. So he said that that was one of the most influential points in his life. And most of the worldviews that he would hear from these coffee houses were extremely racist and xenophobic. And that inspired him even more to have these views. He started developing this notion, guys, of us being German, not Austrian, German. That he was a German nationalist, and that Austria was just not was German, okay? And remember, we talked about Bismarck unifying Germany and how there was a thought that Austria should be part of Germany too. It's German speaking, etc. So he started viewing himself as German, but he did not like the Austrian government because it was chaotic. It was all these different nationalities fighting with each other because they wanted their own nations. So he started to develop a distrust of democracy. Um, and when World War One broke out, he moved to Munich. So he actually fled Austria. He was a migrant, folks, which is funny. He was an illegal migrant, which is hilarious. He left Austria and went to Munich. This is actually right before World War One, as it was about to break out. And while he was in Munich, World War One broke out, and he became a fervent supporter of Germany. And decided to volunteer to fight for the German military as an Austrian because he viewed himself as German because he had a racial conception of nation. And he went to go and fight in World War One. And it is the case that he was he was an okay soldier. I'm not going to lie to you. He was like an average soldier. He wasn't on the front lines a lot. He did experience the front lines. He once experienced being gassed with poison gas. He was a courier, so he would often have to take messages from the front line to the back, okay, and back and forth, and he would have to spend some time on the front lines. He was not stuck on the front lines like a lot of people were, but it was a traumatic experience, as it was for many people. Some other notes here of when he fought: he did win a medal for bravery. He won a medal for bravery. And by the way, the I believe it was the guy that gave him that medal for bravery was a Jewish guy, was a Jewish officer who was in charge of his unit. Okay. And there are reports at the time. Let me show you a picture. I'm going into more detail than I wanted to, but I'll show you anyway. There are reports at the time from his fellow soldiers who wrote about it afterwards. Exactly, Louis. Exactly. And by the way, it doesn't matter that he got awards for bravery and shit, guys. I'm just saying, trying to show you his mindset. So here we have a picture of Hitler during World War One. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice here. Um, and this it's gonna be depressing what I'm gonna tell you. This is Hitler right here on the end. Okay, this is Hitler right here. This is him with his unit. You'll see there's a dog in this photo. Hitler, fellow soldiers, they would oftentimes allow some animals into their trenches to kind of keep them company. These animals would go running off when the artillery started. Hitler, there was a dog that his unit, yeah, Dolly boy, okay. He was not that brave, by the way, guys. It is thought that the bravery he exhibited was kind of coincidental. Regardless, it's beside the point. We don't know for sure. Um, there was a dog in the unit, and there was a time where apparently he would abuse the dog when he got angry. Classic Hitler behavior. I'm not going to go into detail because it makes me sad to talk about the dog getting hurt, but there were people in his unit who said that he mistreated the dog that their unit had when he would get angry, when people would humiliate him. When he felt humiliated by his fellow soldiers, he would often take out his anger on the dog. Now, there are many ways to look at this psychologically that is quite interesting. That seems kind of like a trend in his life, right? When he's uncomfortable, he punishes other people or animals for it. Um, so just a note there. Uh, we will I'll talk, so that's just kind of a sign, right? After the war, guys, he went back to Germany, and what again, we talked about this before. What experience did a lot of Germans had when they found out that the war had been lost? What experience did the a lot of Germans had when they found out the war had been lost? In Germany, right? What did they think had been happening? And also in at the front lines. Yeah, shock and anger. And he was like many other Germans. He was shocked that they had lost. He was not expecting it. Um, and he heard what was the name of that legend, guys, that was kind of proliferating around? That lie, that myth that the high command stated. Do we remember what that's called? Yeah, the stab in the back myth. He was a strong believer in the stab in the back myth. He believed that Germany could not have lost because it's a superior nation. To him, guys, the German racial nation is like God. It cannot be questioned. So if something goes wrong with it, it must be because something that isn't a part of that racial nation is to blame, right? So he blamed Jews, he blamed socialists, but he loved the fucking military. It was the only thing in his life that gave him comfort, that to be in this structured institution, he was kind of like obsessed with being in the military. So he tried his hardest to stay in the military after the war ended, and he succeeded. Um, he was given he after the war he was sent back to Munich, and he was assigned to spy on a local political party that the German military and state was worried to spy on them because they were thought to be a socialist workers' party. Okay. And they were viewed as being a danger. And the name of that party was the DAP, or the German Workers' Party, Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, which would later become the Nazi Party. And um, as he went, I'm gonna stop here for now. So he went to this party, he started spying on them, very quickly found he agreed with them, and over time ended up taking over the party as its leader. And that will be where we end that part today. I will tell you what happens next Monday. But before we go there, okay, before we get there, I do want to do this. So what did he believe? What did Hitler believe? And I want to say, as I'm talking about this, you guys all know this. There is so much nonsense out there about Hitler and the Nazis. There are a lot of people who really don't know what they believed. We all know the bad shit, right? But Hitler had a very bizarre worldview that doesn't often get talked about. We talk about the anti-Semitism and things like that. Most people don't have a fundamental understanding of like the belief structure. Yeah, I know, right? Twisted 3D. Weird time to come in, but hello, Twist. How are you doing? All right. So I'm going to tell you how he viewed the world. And remember, guys, when we look at Hitler's worldview, you have to remember it's not exactly rational. So okay. And while we're talking about Hitler's worldview, let's think about how all the things we've talked about before in regards to the history of Germany play into this worldview. Okay. So he developed this over time, um, but this was his general worldview. Okay, let's go here. So, and by the way, guys, please make jokes in the chat because I don't want anyone to come in here and then like Hitler because he was a fucking lunatic. All right. But it's important to understand how he specifically thought. Okay. So we're going to start at the very beginning here. I know, okay, hilarious. So according to Hitler, guys, that's true. Rich Brain, I probably should do that. Would someone actually, you know what? I'll do that. I'll say Hitler is garbage. Hitler is garbage. Uh, our garbage lunatic. There we go. I'm not sure how to frame this. Okay, I know Hitler is a garbage lunatic. You all get the idea here. Okay. You know what? I'll just do this. I know that's not much of a hot take. I will continue to make fun of it throughout so that people don't take it too seriously, okay? So here we go. According to Hitler, now obviously some of this, okay. The planet is limited in size and therefore can only support so much food production. All right? There's only so much space on Earth. There's only so much arable land on Earth for food production. So there's only so much food. UK, Philly cheese, you're already making connections. There's only so much food that can go around on the planet Earth. And according to Hitler, these limits cannot be solved by science. Yeah, mummified butterfly. So, which is really stupid, but okay. That apparently these limits cannot be solved by science. If we assume that there are limits, which in theory I suppose there are, he said that they can't be solved by science, or he didn't believe that these could be solved through science. All right. That has been found to be very untrue. Using science and other things, we have massively increased food production. Regardless, it's Hitler. So that's the first point. Okay. Let's go to the next point. This goes back to folkish nationalism, which we've talked about previously, right? Folkish nationalism, which is sort of this race of social Darwinist ideas and German nationalism. You're going to recognize this thought, okay? He believed that the most important classification for understanding history and humans was race. Who does that sound like? We already talked about them. Who does that sound like? We've already talked about them. There's a reason I talked about them. Okay. Do we remember those thinkers? Who was it? Do we remember who it was? Do we not? We don't remember? Chamberlain. Great job, Jonas. Chamberlain. Now, you're actually right, Sermon Bart. There was um Poo-Poo also believed that to some extent, okay? Lepouge also believed that to some extent. But this was a Houston Stewart Chamberlain idea, okay? So the most important classification for understanding the world is race. Individuals don't matter as much, folks. Race does. And not only that, guys, according to Hitler, race was mainly
Hitler was a micro-dick chud loser, and no one glorifies him here.
No one glorifies him here. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Accurate. He was a micro-dick loser, okay? By the way, nothing wrong with having micro-dick, okay? I'm just saying. It is funny to mention it on Hitler. It's okay if people have a condition like that. There's nothing wrong with it. You can't help it. But in Hitler's case, it's funny. And I don't give a fuck. And I will say that for my rest of my life. Okay. So if the most important unit for understanding humanity are races, according to Hitler, in a state of nature, the races of Earth compete violently for access to the limited food supply. This is all bullshit, folks. It's all fucking bullshit. The whole history of the world disproves this. Okay, there have been many multi-ethnic, multiracial societies. Okay, anyway, so according to Hitler, the only moral good that exists, every system of morality out there is an invented system of morality that is oppressive. So according to him, the only natural moral good in the world is the natural struggle between the races for food. Okay, now this is really fucking stupid. Okay? So literally the only moral good is the violent struggle for survival between races. Okay? Um According to him, by allowing this violent struggle between races, you basically improve society by allowing the strongest to rise to the top. Okay? So like morally, according to him, that's good. All right. So to go off of this, according to him, Aryans, which are the Germans, essentially Germans, Nords, this kind of pseudo mythological race. Okay. Yes, Jonas, exactly. Okay. Are the superior race, the most superior of all the races, the dominant race. And in a state of nature. So in a state of nature, they would easily crush the other races in the struggle for food. So if there was no there oh my god, Louise, I love that. It is usually scum that rises and sits on the top, okay? So according to him, if there were no governments, if we were back to like just people out in nature without governments, without, you know, modern society or whatever, okay? That the Aryans would naturally crush all the other races for in the fight for food. Okay? This is stupid. To be clear, they later okay, I'll tell you more about how this is stupid later, okay? Going on here. So so are we all following so far, okay? And listen, I know it's weird that I'm like so in depth trying to make sure you understand this, but as an academic of these things, yes. So Rich Rain, great question. Did he emphasize food over other resources? Yes, Rich Rain. He did also talk about other resources. But weirdly enough, Rich Rain, he didn't think that much about other resources, which is irrational because what you're going to see, Rich, is that during World War II, he starts this war without having access to the resources he needs because he didn't really think about it that much. He didn't like it was mainly about food for him, which is kind of stupid. But yes, he did also talk about other resources. Okay. All right. Okay. But just not as much as food. So this is where we get to the weird thing that makes no sense. Okay. Then it's all weird, right? So because the only moral good in the world is sort of the natural racial struggle between races, it was Dolly Boy, and you'll see in a second. Well, okay, you're right. Was the only moral good is this natural racial struggle? He believed that the Jews, okay, for whatever fucking reason, that the Jews used their machinations, he said, to prevent this natural racial struggle, to prevent this naturally morally good racial struggle, okay? So he said, according to him, that there were multiple Jewish inventions that prevented the natural struggle of the races. Here are the things he said were Jewish inventions that prevented the struggle of the races. Laws. Laws are a Jewish invention that prevents the natural struggle of the races. So, for example, if you have laws against murder, that's going to prevent good Aryans from doing violent struggle against other races. So, it's a Jewish invention to prevent racial struggle. Okay. The state, governments, governments are a Jewish invention to prevent struggle. Okay. Because the state uh, causes order and prevents its citizens from fighting internally, thus preventing the natural racial struggle. The state also lifts up people who are not succeeding in society, thus preventing the natural racial struggle. Okay? Communism and socialism, Jewish. You know why? Because if you think everything comes down to class, yeah, hilarious, LaQual, right? If you think everything comes down to class, you're going to unite people who are of different races, and you can't have that. That prevents the natural racial struggle. So Marx was horrible for Aryans because Marx ignored race and only focused on class. What else is Jewish? Capitalism. He's a fucking lunatic. Capitalism is Jewish. Why? Why is capitalism Jewish? So communism is Jewish. Capitalism is Jewish. Now, I will say free. He basically meant like you're going to see that he didn't actually not like capitalism. He didn't like free market non-racialized capitalism. Okay, he still liked capitalism. He didn't like unracialized non-racialized capitalism. You'll see what I mean. Um, so under capitalism, you people the people who rise to the top are ones who can make the most money. It doesn't matter what your race is. You can be Jewish and make a lot of money. You can be German and make a lot of money. Like you rise to positions of power based off financial success, not on racial superiority or the ability to struggle for food. I know, Lacroix. I know. Okay, mummified butterfly. You are catching on to something brilliantly. Mummified butterfly says, why are some of his beliefs anarchist in nature? Interesting, right? Mummified butterfly. And you guys are going to see, I'm going to explain this later. Many of you know because I've talked about it before. But there is a part of fascism we don't often think about, and that is there is an element of fascism that seeks to dismantle the state. What is Donald Trump doing? What was Doge doing? Doge was literally there just to dismantle the state, was it not? The Trump administration has dismantled large regulatory agencies, has dismantled things to prevent the moderation of behavior and things like that. So it's complicated because they also were pro a powerful state. You'll see what I mean. In certain ways, they're pro powerful state. In other ways, they're pro weak state. Okay. All right. Which is why, by the way, guys, it's like stupid to compare Hitler and Stalin in a lot of ways. Okay, like there's other reasons why it's not really smart to compare Hitler and Stalin. There were some. Stalin was not a great guy, obviously. Okay, I'm just saying it's kind of like to think that they had a similar dictatorial prowess. Hitler also dismantled parts of the state, is still in an authority. You'll see what I mean. It's complicated. Okay, um, Jonas, so was he thought race was more important than race on determining success? How did he rationalize the success of great Jewish scientists? That is how he rationalized it, Jonas, because if Jewish people are naturally inferior, according to him, they can't win through natural racial struggle. The only way they can win is through rigging the system through capitalism or through communism, which is why he viewed these things as Jewish. These were Jewish inventions because Jewish people were at the bottom of the racial totem pole. So the only way they can be victorious is if they manipulate the system to their advantage. Isn't that gross? Okay. Yeah, okay. Last thing. Okay, I know, seriously, Jonas, he was a dumbass. And that's the point, guys. Everything he believes, he literally um reinforces all of his beliefs with like he already held these beliefs and then he kind of came up with excuses for these beliefs, even if they're contradictory. All right. So Daniel Martins, yes, hello, how are you doing? So then the last thing here that he viewed as Jewish, DEI type stuff, anything that calls for diversity, inclusion, cosmopolitanism, racial mixing, anything like that is all Jewish. It is a way. Oh, Tater Tot, thank you for the little puppy. That's adorable. I wish I could show everyone, and I need to figure out how to do that. Thank you, Tater Tot. Really. Oh, thank you for the corgi, Tater Tot. I love that. Okay. Um, so like anything that integrates people and prevents this natural racial struggle is Jewish. Because the Jews are doing it on purpose to undermine the strength of the Aryans so that they can't do a fucking natural race. It's so stupid. Okay, it's stupid. So because of all of this, guys, because of all of this, to him, all the problems that plague Germany, because Germans and Germany are the most important, most powerful, most naturally dominant folk in the world, race in the world, clearly there's nothing wrong with them. They have to. The issue is how do you get rid of the Jews? Because the Jews are the things that are undermining the dominance of the Aryans. All very stupid, folks. All very stupid. All very stupid. Okay. So to him, the ultimate question is the question of how to deal with the subversion of the natural order by the Jews. And that's called, for those who don't know, the Jewish question, or in online spaces, they call that JQing. But okay. So let's go on here. Let's take a step back. what happened to Germany during World War I in regards to food? Because remember, Hitler is obsessed with food. Do we remember? Exactly, Dolly Boy. You called it. Was blockaded by the Brits, right? Germany had been blockaded by the Brits. People started starving within Germany during the war, and many Germans after the war believed that that they had lost because of the blockade and because of Jews and internationalists and stuff inside of Germany, which is not true. They lost militarily. Okay, they lost militarily, but anyway, okay. So World War II had a major impact on this ideology. There you go, Thelonious. Okay. Hitler understood that nations, including Germany, relied on global trade to access all the food they needed. So Hitler knew that Germany couldn't really feed itself. And this is kind of true. Germany never really, at this point, could not necessarily produce enough food to feed all of its citizens. It had to import a lot of food. Okay. So he understood that a lot of nations had to import food in order to survive, including Germany. Um, and Britain at the time controlled the seas and therefore controlled global trade. And by the way, he also liked Anglo-Saxons a lot, or what he called the Brits. He thought that he kind of respected the Brits early on. He did, because he viewed them as Aryans also, because he's like, they're Germanic peoples, they're dominant, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's beside the point. Later, he hated them for a number of reasons. So during World War I, Germany was blockaded by Britain's fleet. And after the Battle of Jutland, which was this battle where the German fleet went out and there was kind of a stalemate and they went back to port and that was the end of it. After the Battle of Jutland, Germany had no way to contest British control of the seas, so they were kind of screwed when it came to importing food. Okay, which is why they started starving in Germany. So we don't need to talk about the Battle of Jutland, but it's kind of a cool image here. All right. So the results of this blockade were about 400 to 600,000 Germans died, starved to death. A lot more died of Hello, invalid axiom. A lot more Germans died of also disease because of it. Along with military defeats, Germany surrendered despite no significant fighting on German soil. And we've talked about that. Okay. So I love this picture because it makes me laugh. It's Hitler in a bathtub with a little battleship because he's a child. Okay. Yeah, he did have a deep respect and some obsession with it. Okay. So so think about it, guys. According to Hitler's worldview, this makes no sense. If the Germans are the superior race, how did they lose the war? Hitler always had an excuse, guys. Always had an excuse. So, according to Hitler, global trade and the commodification of food was an essential part of free market capitalism. And according to Hitler, free market capitalism was by its nature Jewish. Okay. So the Jews, through British control of the seas, had subverted the natural violent struggle between the races, resulting in Germany's defeat. Now, all right. That's kind of cope. Because as I said, we know for a fact historically that Germany didn't lose because of the starvation. They lost militarily. They were psychotic and they went to war against a bunch of countries they couldn't win against. And when America finally got involved, that was the last straw. The reason why, guys, there were Germans starving in Germany was because the German military was giving all the food to the soldiers on the front. So it's not like the soldiers weren't well fed, okay? It's just bullshit. So this is just mega cope, all right? It makes you because remember, guys, fascism is about aesthetics. So Germany can do no wrong. That would mess up Hitler's lovely little worldview that Germany is the best and the greatest. So he has to come up with an excuse for why they lost that excludes Germany as being the blame. Okay. Yeah, it's fascism is the OG cope. All right, so let's go on here. So because of this, guys, because global capitalism run by the Jews and then communism on the other hand prevent Germany from winning that war, he believed that Germany needed an autarky, which meant that Germany needed to be self-sufficient. It needed to be able to feed itself and provide all of its own resources so that it could engage in the natural racial struggle without being stopped by British Jewish control of the seas or communist Russian Jewish control of land and resources. Okay. You see what I mean? So the only way to allow Germans to continue the natural racial struggle was to achieve economic independence and produce all of their own food and resources. Okay? Germany could not control the seas, so they would need a land empire in order to gain enough resources for this. And here's the dark thing, guys. And please don't yell at me. I have had Americans before who get really offended when I say this. I know you guys won't, but America's not that great. It isn't. So please get over yourselves if you think America is like some great and amazing thing. It isn't. um, Hitler viewed the United States as the perfect model of what he wanted for Germany. Think about it. Think about it. So, literally, um, it was settled by white Anglo-Saxons. Now, this was his view, okay? White Anglo-Saxons who had violently conquered and done a natural racial struggle, according to him, against native peoples to conquer a vast continent and exploit its resources and become sustaining. Hitler liked America. He liked the history of America. He didn't like Americans. He thought America was become too inbred and shit. That's him. He loved that shit. He loved the idea of the American Wild West. And he, by the way, predicted America would be the next global power. It was pretty obvious at the time, but he wanted to copy America, how America had achieved its growing power by the conquest of land and the settlement of land and things like that. And the British Empire, okay, and all these other things. All right. So he wanted to have an autarkic Germany so it could wage its natural racial struggle. So how did Hitler view America? Well, Hitler specifically, he idolized many aspects of American society. From boyhood on, Hitler devoured the Westerns of the popular German novelist Karl May. He loved Westerns. And to Hitler, America was an ideal. It was a core of white Nordic Germanic settlers that had established an autarkic country by conquering, enslaving, and destroying lesser races in a so-called natural struggle. Hitler used the model of American manifest destiny for his own idea of Lebensraum, which I'm going to explain what that is. All right, here is an image from America during the period of manifest destiny. Manifest destiny was this belief by a bunch of Americans that America had a spiritual God-given right and duty to conquer the West and expand white civilization to the Western United States and push out all the inhabitants or exterminate them. Okay. And that's what that was. Here is an image from America at the time. This is a disgusting image. It's really gross. Here is it says she has a school book. She's white. She's wearing white. She has a school book. She is bringing a telegraph line, railroads, ships. There are farmers moving in, and this side of the image is very bright and light and great. Okay, do you see this? Like all this brightness and light. On the dark side of the image are literally Native Americans fleeing for their lives. Do you see this? These are Native Americans on the dark side fleeing for their lives. And this image is supposed to be celebrating American expansionism. Americans don't realize how demonic this country was to a lot of people. And then you also see the running away of the natural environment. You see a bear running away, buffalo, bison, whatever they are. I can't really tell, running away. You see what I mean? It is so, and this is supposed to be a positive image of America spreading white civilization to the West and exterminating the population and settling it. Okay. Hitler loved this shit. So what is Lebensraum then? So like I said, guys, let me just review here. Hitler had this idea that the only important moral thing was the natural racial struggle, that Jewish systems had been set up to prevent the so-called natural racial struggle, that you need to dismantle those systems and get rid of Jewish people so that the Aryans can be liberated to succeed in their natural racial struggle. And to do that, Germany needs to be autarkic so that it can have the resources it needs to successfully carry out a natural racial struggle. Okay. So he developed this idea of Lebensraum, or as I call it, Israel coded. Okay. I know that's dark, but okay. Israel has a very similar ideology. Israeli settlers are very Nazi, in my opinion. But beside that, so to achieve achieve this autarky, okay, and allow the German race to indefinitely continue the natural struggle, Hitler sought to integrate Eastern Europe, especially the breadbasket of Ukraine, into the German Empire. So in Ukraine, guys, there is something called Chernozem soil. There's also a lot of this in southern Russia generally. It's some of the most fertile and productive soil in the world. Ukraine, the region of Ukraine, and like parts of southern Russia are literally some of the most fertile agricultural regions of the world and have often been a source of most of the grains for Europe, or a lot of the grains. So he especially wanted to conquer Ukraine and the area where there's all this Chernozem soil so that Germany could feed itself. All right. This would grant Germany, the German people, an abundance of food and resources from which to fuel their racial struggle against the rest of the world. By the way, he's like a cartoon villain. He's like a cartoon villain. Like, he literally did want to kind of eventually take on the whole world and kind of conquer it and subdue it. But we'll talk about it. So that he wanted, and he called this living space. The idea here is we have to conquer all this land out in the Eastern Europe. To him, Eastern Europe was like the American Wild West. And the Germans have to conquer it and then settle it with Germans who will then either kill or enslave the racially inferior inhabitants to work for these superior Aryans, okay? It was a genocidal colonial project of mass extermination and conquest to create a giant German land empire so that they could really unleash their natural racial superiority, okay? That was his idea, okay? So, according to Hitler, the Slavs and other people of Eastern Europe were racially inferior and would be easy to conquer. And remember, guys, that this included the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was communist, which, what does that mean for Hitler? If something's communist, what does that mean for Hitler? What does that mean for Hitler? If something is communist or capitalist, what does it mean for Hitler? It's Jewish. So he said that this included the Soviet Union, which is Jewish. And the Soviet Union was run, he thought that they were run by a small minority of Jews who were fooling and misleading a much larger population of inferior peoples. Um, and he famously said when he went to war against the Soviet Union that we only have to kick in the door and the whole rotten structure will come crumbling down. Oops. And guys, I'm not joking. Like, his ideology is one of the big reasons why he lost, because it's so fucking irrational that he couldn't see clearly. He could not think clearly about the material reality of the world. Okay. He was so deluded and psychotic and like so hell bent on racial analysis and shit that he ignored reality. And guys, to be honest with you, a lot of historians would say today that it was almost impossible he was going to win the war. As soon as he went to war with the Soviet Union, especially, he was never going to win the war. And especially after declaring war on the United States, which is an really like the Soviet Union is much larger, has a much larger population and a bigger industrial base. And the United States has a much larger population, bigger industrial base than Germany. Fighting both of them together is suicidal, but he didn't care because to him, they are the natural race. They are the most superior race. It doesn't matter what material reality is. Okay. So in practice, what did this mean? And I'm going to just let me, so this is the last part here. This is kind of beside the point, but this isn't beside the point. It's going to wrap up my point. So Hitler's ideas in practice. Remember that the law, according to Hitler, laws and the state are Jewish and serve to stop the so-called natural racial struggle. Okay. This presented Hitler with a problem. So how could he accomplish his goals if he were the head of a state that had laws, if those laws and that state are stopping the natural racial struggle? Do we see how that's really stupid? Okay. So Hitler did not view a state as like, he thought the state was important, but only as a means to an end. To him, the state is a tool that was necessary to accomplish these goals. which would require that he preserve the German state as best he could while he used it, dismantle it where he could, and strengthen it in areas where he needed to use it. Okay. He had this idea of the state really only being the state should focus on the military, law and order, and the military. The rest of the state he could do without. Okay, he didn't really care about like also education and propaganda. He was okay with that. He wanted propaganda from the state, military prowess, and law and order. But he was okay with dismantling and or privatizing the rest of everything else in society. And later you're going to see he does a lot of that. It's complicated, but you'll see later he does do some of that. Um, okay. Okay, bye-bye, Mummified Butterfly. Glad you stopped by, okay? So he thought that it was a means to an end. So, but this brings us to something that I hope blows all of your minds, because when you start thinking of Nazism this way, it'll make it make more sense, not like in a good way, as in you'll understand the ideology more and it becomes even more lunatic, okay? So that brings us to a concentration camp. According to Hitlerian ideology and Nazi ideology, what is a concentration camp at its legal core? Legally speaking, how did Hitler justify a concentration camp? How was it justified in his worldview? Okay, according to Hitler and Nazi legal theory, a concentration camp is a plot of land where German law no longer applies. I'm going to say it again. A concentration camp is a plot of land where German law no longer applies. What does that mean? Well, remember what Hitler believes. Concentration camps are zones that where, according to Hitler, the natural racial struggle is allowed to play out without legal inhibition, which is a really disgusting way of looking at it. Okay, but so to blatantly dismantle the state would reduce its functionality. So Hitler needed to create zones, okay, outside of the jurisdiction of the state where extra legal actions could take place in the effort of that natural racial struggle, okay? So if you guys don't know, a lot of the death camps were in Poland, okay? The biggest ones were in Poland, in a plot of land that wasn't actually underneath German jurisdiction. It was called the General Government of Poland. After it was conquered, Hitler basically set up like a dictator landowner named Hans Frank over all of it. He ruled it like it's his personal fiefdom, and German laws weren't really applicable there. And that's where he set up a lot of the death camps. And these were zones where he said the natural racial struggle would be allowed to take place without legal or government interference. And at the forefront of this natural racial struggle were people were the SS, who were thought to be the most superior amongst superiors and who were the soldiers tasked with engaging in this quote unquote natural racial struggle. And to be clear, guys, this is all nonsense, because clearly this is not, this is the state. The SS was the state. The concentration camps were the state. And it wasn't like, but in his mindset, this is the natural racial struggle being allowed to take place. Okay. Yeah, Jay Williams. Okay. So that is generally his ideology. Here's an image of the SS, who were the soldiers. The SS was the primary organization responsible for carrying out this racial struggle. The SS was not an organ of the state. I know I just said it was. It was originally a Nazi party organization, because according to Hitler, the party is more important than the state because the state limits the natural racial struggle. So you have to have a party that is outside the state that isn't limited by the state. So he said it wasn't part of the state. However, they absolutely ended up being a part of the state. Okay, so Lacroix, you mean the SS with the monopoly on power and violence functioned as the state in these camps? Shocking, Lacroix. Yes. So absolutely. So the point here, guys, is that yes, I know it sounds anarchic, but in practice, it obviously wasn't. It was just ideologically okay. So the SS was then used to guard concentration camps and take actions that the German state could not take. They were a way of going outside the state, according to Hitler and the Nazis. The SS was brainwashed to this purpose. They were taught that they were the front lines of the natural racial struggle and ought to be uninhibited in their actions against racial enemies. Okay. They were the worst of the worst, folks. They were monstrous fanatics. Okay. All right. So it literally, guys, we're not going to go into too much detail here, but this last part here, because so destroying Jews abroad. We'll talk more about this later. I'm getting into stuff that I don't need to get into right now, but because of the need to preserve the state, the Nazis actually had trouble getting rid of all the Jews inside of Germany. I'm not exaggerating. Less than 1% of the German population was Jewish, and by the end of the war, they basically only were able to get rid of half the Jews inside of Germany. Which, thank God that they weren't able to get all of them, and thank God, it's a shame that they got half. I'm just saying, because when you're inside of Germany, there's all these legal barriers and state barriers to kind of going after a lot of Jewish folks. You can't it was harder to violate certain Germans' rights, I guess you could say. Now, he got rid of all these rights, but it was still hard because those structures were still in place. You see what I mean? So within Germany, it was much harder to get rid of all the Jews because of the state being present and these legal systems being present. When the Nazis invaded other countries, they had an opportunity, and their first destruction would be to literally destroy the state, destroy the government, destroy anyone who ran the government, to basically create a Wild West so that they could act without any legal inhibitions in those areas and destroy what they called racial inferiors or enslave them. Okay. So the Einsatzgruppen specifically were these Nazi forces who were organized groups of soldiers who would be sent out to destroy the state and destroy any political organization and execute anyone viewed as a racial enemy in what was called the Holocaust of Bullets. Here's a really disturbing image of Einsatzgruppen executing a bunch of, I believe those are Poles, I can't remember. And remember, according to the Nazis, guys, the state is Jewish. So most of the time, if they're trying to destroy the state, they're killing as many Jews as they can, whether they're actually part of the government or not. So they first sent out those groups of Einsatzgruppen. Well, I will tell you later what happens later. That was the first stage of the Holocaust. We'll talk about more of it later. Okay. Fascism as dismantling the state. So why am I telling you about this? Okay. Nazism is different than Italian fascism. What was the most important thing in Italian fascism? Do you guys remember, what did Giovanni Gentile say was the most important thing about society in Italian in fascism, right? What is like the vital important thing to Italian fascists? Okay. The thing that rises above the individual, and the individual needs to be subservient to it. And you can even kill 75% of your population as long as this thing still exists. Correct, John Morano, the state. The state is the most important thing in Italian fascism. In Nazism, that idea, it's there, but it is not. Nazism was also about dismantling the state in some ways, because according to Hitler, the the nation was the race. The race was the nation. So in Italian fascism, the Italian nation is represented by the state. According to Hitler, the state is a tool of the race. Okay, so it's kind of a tool that the race uses, and the race is the most important thing. So that is a slight different approach to fascism, but at the core, it's still fascism. There's still a longing to return to a mythical past. There's still a use of paramilitary violence. There's still, well, you guys see, like, taking it, scapegoating, but you can see how German fascism is different. All right, it has a different, but every fascism is somewhat different that ideologically. Okay, so, and remember, so here's an image of Hitler and Trump. I have this up here because we remember, guys, that Trump literally is was has created zones where the state no longer operates, internment camps for where they theoretically they don't want the state to operate, like internment camps for migrants where they keep people out of there. There's Guantanamo Bay, which we've had for a long time, even before Trump, which is a place where American laws don't apply. If you remember Abu Ghraib, okay, like, we've done a lot of this shit too. We've had a lot of fascist shit, okay? And Hitler has also, I mean, great hit, Peck on Bag, great hit, welcome. Um, this is a scary thing because a lot of times people view fascism as where like big government, big government, big government. Fascism is also where you dismantle parts of the government that inhibit behavior that you like. Okay. Like if you want there to be a bunch, great hit, Dolly Boy. If you want there to be a bunch of Nazis roaming the streets, beating people up, you're going to stop the state from intervening and you're going to dismantle the part of the state that does. And what has Donald Trump done? He has dismantled a bunch of regulatory agencies. He gutted the federal government with Doge, as well as increasing state power in places like the military and in law and order. Okay, which is what the Nazis did. They love state power when it comes to the military and like the police and shit. They don't like it so much when it comes to preventing racial violence or preventing capitalism and things like that. Okay. So outer signal, that's a very hard question. Outer signal says, at what points in U.S. history has the state been fascist in your opinion? Outer signal, this is a hard question to answer, and I'm going to do a cop out and not fully answer it. I would say that depending on how you view it, I think Trump is the first true fascist we've had. But that is an oversimplification. There have been in the United States, the process of becoming fascist has been a long one. There have been multiple presidents who have done things that have brought us closer to fascism. It has been death by 1,000 cuts. We have a national security state. We have Reagan was very close to being fascist, if not fascist. Bush was very close to being fascist, if not fascist, okay? The reason I'm not giving you a set answer here is because historians debate this stuff. The most obvious one is Trump, okay? Yeah, LaCroix, right? The most obvious one is Trump because the way he rose to power and stuff was more fascist lookalike. The rest can be debated, but there is definitely a lot. There is a lot of fascist trends in American history. Hell, guys, there are some historians who would argue that FDR was somewhat fascist. Now, I disagree with this because there are things he did that aren't as fascist. But think about it: FDR set up concentration camps. FDR set up Japanese internment camps. FDR cracked down on political parties inside the United States. He mainly cracked down on the far right, which means he can't be fascist, which in my opinion. But guys, this is why I keep saying we can't. A lot of people out there think that if we get rid of Trump, everything will be honky-dory again. No. The system that came before Trump created Trump, and we need major changes in this country. Because there's a lot of things that are in this country that enable fascism, and it's going to happen again, probably almost immediately, if we don't make major changes. Outer signal, I agree, CR. The country has shown fascistic tendencies, but Trump is the first one to hit all the indicators. It's the vibe as well, to be honest, as fascism often is. Yes, outer signal. Okay, Dolly Boy, the rest of them also own some sort of peaceful trade. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely, Lacroix Bois. They still adhered to the Constitution. I mean, they broke it a whole bunch. But they still would leave power and stuff. I mean, FDR not as much, but like you see what I mean. But this is very debatable amongst academics. Okay, so but they definitely were imperialists. Weird Amorphous Blob. Yeah, Wilson is a very good example. Weird Amorphous Blob. Wilson had very fascistic tendencies, but again, even he's missing some of the indicators. But there is no real right or wrong to this. It depends on how you view it. I'd say that Trump is the first true fascist who hits almost all the indicators. Guys, have we seen a lot of the similarities with Trump and like Italian fascism and Hitlerian fascism, and I should say Nazism? And we're going to talk more this coming week about how the Nazis rose to power and like the suppression of the socialists and things like that and crap like that. Okay, like that. But I also want to be clear, guys. Let me put my face up. Well, let me put up another slide here that I had. I know this is terrible, but I wanted to show you these guys. I know this is not good because I'm not ready for this presentation. That's why it looks bad. But let me say a few things here. this guy right here, his name is Hess. This is Hess. Hermann Hesse. Anyone know who Hess is? Hess was one of the top. These are some of Hitler's inner circle. Hess was like an idiot. Okay, he was like a bumbling fool. I'm not joking. He was like he was kind of Hitler's workhorse. He was deeply loyal to Hitler. He joined Hitler early on, and he was enraptured by Hitler. If you see images of him, when he exactly, he was the first mask off one, Dolly Boy. If you when you see images of Hess, he like whenever he's watching a speech by Hitler, he looks like a like he's in love. Okay, he was massively enraptured by Hitler. Regardless, I'm getting off topic. He lived in Egypt for a while under the British Empire. Hess did. He lived in Egypt under the British Empire. And you know where he learned a lot of his ideas of racial supremacy and things like that? And he started to appreciate the idea of racial supremacy? That would be the British Empire. There is an element of Nazism that was inspired by the British Empire ideologically. You can see it in some of the top leaders of the government, of Hitler's government. You can see it in even what Hitler said. Hitler respected the British Empire in a lot of ways. The reason I'm saying this, guys, is because we often, one of the problems with studying fascism is that there is a Eurocentric bias to this. What I mean is, it's all well and good to do this like nitpicking about, is it fascism? Is it not fascism? Okay. When like the British Empire, which is not called fascist, was doing exterminationism, violent racial colonization and like enslavement for far longer, and actually killed more people than Nazi Germany did. You see what I mean? But they are not considered fascist. And I agree that they're not fascist, but it almost makes it seem like it wasn't as bad then as Hitler, because we always use Hitler as the worst example, even though. So my point here, guys, is we need to remember there, Louise, right? No, but Louise, I want to put that out, Louise. I want to point out, Louise, that also the American Empire was just as bad, is just as bad, or maybe not just as bad, but is also horrific. And it isn't you, Louise, obviously, but like also other European states. France was massively murderous and things like that. The Belgians were massively murderous abroad. The reason I'm mentioning this, okay, the reason I'm mentioning this is because, yeah, we tend to have this idea that fascism is the worst of the worst of the worst, like in, especially in Western society in Europe, like fascism bad. I do want to kind of reframe that though. Yeah, Hitler was evil. He was absolutely monstrous. He was an exterminationist. By the way, if he would have won the war, he would have enslaved almost the whole planet. He was planning to turn South America into a giant slave plantation, turn Africa into a giant slave plantation. So everyone would have gone back into slavery who wasn't white, and probably most people would have been exterminated. I'm not even joking. But we also have to put it in context, right? We should also demonize the British Empire practically as much as the Nazis, if not more in some ways. Okay, you see what I mean? The old British Empire, okay? But because you see my point, okay? Do you see how there's sort of a bias there? Regardless, fascism is very important to understand because it's massively dangerous to everyone. And now that the empire is gone, the British Empire is gone, fascism and British Empire, French Empire, I mean, it's still there, but very small, like very small. Like the British Empire basically doesn't exist. Okay. Fascism is one of the biggest threats to the globe today. Imperialism is also a big threat. Okay. So anyway, fascism bad, colonialism different, but also bad. Got it, Sam. Thanks. There you go. You get what I mean? Okay. All right. So just something to think about. Colonialism is basically genocidal and very similar to Nazism. All right. There's, by the way, one last thing. I know I keep talking. One interesting theory about fascism that academics talk about is, can Okay, so much of fascism, exactly. You're right, weird amorphous blob. So much of fascism was just a certain rearrangement of the ideological elements found under European liberalism. Correct, weird amorphous blob. Okay, yeah. Let me just show you guys something. This is a common theory that was created amongst by an academic named Ami. It's called the boomerang theory, and we've talked about it before. And I don't fully buy it. Let me be clear here. Academics debate these things. Um, Boomerang theory. There are parts of it I do buy. Parts of it I think are a bit overstated, but there are parts of it that I do buy. So boomerang theory is this idea, guys, that fascism is colonialism turned inward. It is where a colonial state starts applying colonial tactics inside of the actual country. You see what I mean? So, like, if the British Empire were to start treating, if the British government would have started treating its own citizens like Indians were being treated, yes, Cesare, thank you, Weirmers Blob, like they treated people in India, then that would be fascism. And there's actually there is some truth to this. Not honestly, I think Cesare does overplay it a little bit. There is an interesting thing here. Some of the first concentration camps, guys, in the world were done by the Spanish Empire in Cuba and by the German Empire in Namibia. Okay. And suddenly and we also saw Mussolini do concentration camps in Libya. Um, okay. If you go to so like the Spanish government set up these reconcentrados in Cuba for the native populations. There is also the German Empire had set up concentration camps in Namibia, and no one knows about that, do they? No one cares about those concentration camps. No one cares about the concentration camps that Libya that Mussolini set up in Libya. Okay, the only ones people tend to know much about are the ones that the Nazis set up, right? Now, I will say, there is one thing about the not and guys, yeah, Jonas, there is one thing about the Nazis, about their concentration camps that do make them different, that make them kind of uniquely brutal. I don't want to say uniquely brutal, but pretty brutal, is that they were literally death camps. These were camps where people were industrially murdered on a mass scale, which had never happened before. Literally had never happened before. You never had a government set up an industrial production of death, which is what the Nazis did in Auschwitz and things like that. They literally would bring people into a room and gas them, burn their bodies, bring the next group into a room, gas them to do mass death. Okay, correct, weird amorphous blob, right? So like there are some differences. Exactly, in valid action. There's also a lot more documentation of the Nazis. Okay, I agree. APAC is dead. We need to join the DSA. So there are other differences. I'm going to stop talking. I feel like I'm getting too excited because of my academic brain's going off. But there's a lot we could talk about in regards to these things. But do you guys see my point? Do you guys see my point? Okay, 1 second. My Palestine flag fell down. Let me put it back up real fast. All right. Thank you. You guys like my butt? Did you guys like my butt? Anyway. All right. Okay. You weren't listening, Sir Bart. I hate you so much. Okay. Um, So Jonas, this is complicated. Jonas says, would you say European fascism was inspired by liberalism? This is complicated, Jonas. Uh, how about I'll talk about it next week, okay? I don't want to say it was completely. It was fascism is not liberalism, okay? Weirdomorphous Blob framed it well. Is that fascism is not liberalism, but liberalism did kind of form an ideological base or counterweight to it. It was kind of there were some liberal ideas that were mixed into fascism, yes. But it's like it's complicated, if that makes sense. Um, there you go. Exactly. Weirdomorphous Blob. That's a way to put it. Both inspired and was a reaction to. But the big thing, the big problem with liberalism, with fascism, is that liberalism enables fascism. 100%. Liberalism kind of becomes a nest in which the fascist egg can incubate. Okay, there. Thank you. Yes. Okay, and which you're going to see that also is what happened in Nazi Germany. Okay, the liberals, the inability of uh, the SPD, the Socialist Party, and things like that to get out of its liberal mindset spelt the end of the Weimar Republic. Yeah, there you go. Some dumb beats. You're right. Fascism does lack any economic theory on itself. But I will say, some dumb beats, that in practice, though, fascism always goes capitalist, always goes state capitalism, because and I will, okay, let me take a step back. So, welcome. Some dumb beat says fascism lacks any economic theory on itself because it's purely a reactionary ideology. Not entirely. In Italian fascism, it was literal corporatism was literally baked into the ideology. Okay. But yes, the Nazis, they were initially anti-capitalism. And then, of course, by the time they came to power, they were very pro-capitalism. In practice, fascists are always pro-capitalism. They're very pro privatization. You're going to see that the Nazis advocated for privatization. Mussolini did a ton of privatization. They're neolibs in a weird way. In some ways, they're neolibs. In other ways, they want private companies to be subservient to the state, but they're still privately owned companies. There is no worker representation or anything like that. Okay, so fascists are fundamentally anti-socialist. It is for anyone who says, by the way, that like fascism. No, so Jonas, I think Japan was fascist. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting off track here. Let me go back. I'll answer that in a second. Um, what was I saying? Oh God, look, I'm getting all distracted now. Yeah, so corporatism, fascists are very much anti-socialist, etc. They are a reaction against socialism because wealthy people. Um, okay, so okay, so some dumb beats. You say due to being reactionary, it means it won't wish to change anything systematic. It means it wishes to do anything possible to keep the status. Yes and no. So reactionary is literally you want to roll back the clock, okay, to an extent. This is kind of a very oversimplified version of this. So you do want changes, but you want changes to go in a non-progressive way. You want to return to some mythic past, but this is complicated. We'll talk about it. Okay. Um, hmm. So no one this time. You say I disagree about the left being predeterminants of fascism. The left. No, liberalism is not leftism. I'm sorry. What do you mean no one this time? I don't mean leftism. Oftentimes fascism gains power because industrialists and the bourgeois will try to um uh what's the phrase here? Like wanted to I know. I reframe this, okay? Like left when I mean liberal, I don't mean leftist. I don't mean leftist in my definition are people that want to end capitalism, okay, who want to change fundamental economic relationships. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay. We'll go on here. Thank you. Gwen, you have a 20 stream streak. Um Outer signal, capitalism and fascism is a marriage of convenience due to their shared obsession with power. No, That's a fair point. Like, at its heart, fascism isn't deep enough to have a rigorous economic thought. Yes, you're right, outer signal. That's actually a really good way to put it. They're not fascists don't think that much, guys. They don't read too good. Okay, they don't read too good. They will say whatever they need to get into power. Um, yeah, but most of the time that means, and the way they typically get into power is that they will be supported, they'll be anti-socialist, and so they will receive support from industrialists and capitalists. And because they receive that support, they are deeply obedient to capitalism. But that's the problem with fascism. Fascism on its own would likely never be successful electorally if the bourgeois didn't always support it and if liberals didn't always enable it. Okay, I'm not exaggerating. Nazism was very unpopular in Germany, very unpopular. There had to be a bunch of failures. Um, Neither am I, but for sure my defaology was due to being rated in it. Oh, that's okay. So, there had to be a lot of things that happened that allowed Hitler's popularity to skyrocket. Mainly, it was the failures of the government, the failures of the Weimar Republic, the economic struggles. Um, it is, Jonas, because they're not. Remember, Jonas, fascists are not rational. Okay, exactly. Weird amorphous blob. That's exactly true. The nationalism kind of can be. Well, this is confusing, but we'll talk. Okay, it's confusing, guys. This is why, listen, there's a reason why, guys, I like studied fascism and Nazism and stuff. It's not because I like that shit. It's because it's fascinating. Because it is so full of contradictions, right, Lacroix? And that's why it's so studied, is because it's like there are many ways to look at it, and there are not set answers for all these things. It is like an area of study that is still very vibrant, and there's never enough study done on it because there's always new shit coming out, new ways of looking at it. Exactly, Sir Bart. They're massively irrationalist. Okay, so let me see here. Uh, so humans don't need any ideological or economical relations to be asshole bitches working for capitalism. It's ingrained into nature. Or economical relations to be working into. Yes. No, you're right. So I'm not quite sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean. So yeah, human beings, many human beings have a desire for power. It is makes you more reproductively successful. It's kind of inbred into our mindset. Um, but I'm not sure what that has to do with. So capitalism largely enables the worst instincts in that regard. I'm not. What is? Forgive me. No one this time. I'm having trouble following all the comments I'm getting. What? Why are you saying that? What is the point for saying that? What point are you trying to make? No one this time. I mean, humans are innately assholes and bitches before any system was in place. Is that true? No one this time. Now listen, no one this time. Individuals can be assholes. However, there is a lot of anthropologists, archaeologists, and other folks out there who do think that hunter-gatherer groups, when humans were hunter-gatherers, and I am not John Moreno. I'm actually not getting distracted. This all goes back to what we're saying, what we're talking about. When human beings were hunter-gatherers and there were no states, these were almost certainly largely egalitarian societies with equality, with not that much gender differentiation, um, with things like that. Okay, yeah, there were individuals who probably would be punished for stepping outside a line. But the system you have, the way you do things, can either make that worse or better. Okay. Even under socialism, of course, there'll be assholes. There were some serial killers in the Soviet Union because people can do people shit, right? There was one of Stalin's top officials was a serial child sex abuser. Okay, like my point is that systems don't change some fundamental human things, but systems can definitely enable it. I'm not saying that like in the Soviet Union. I'm saying that like or can make it worse or better. You see what I mean? Um, we don't really know though about early human beings. Like we're still not sure. but it does tend that modern day hunter gatherers are much more egalitarian and shit. All right, whatever. It doesn't matter. So, okay, guys, we'll stop there. Um, okay, let's stop there. We get the idea here. I agree. I agree. Some dumb beats. I think one of the problems with capitalism is it go against the human social instinct because we're social animals. Okay. Anyway, guys, this is very fascinating to me. This is fascinating to me. But I feel I'm having too much fun talking to all of you about it. So let's move on before because we're having great debates here before I start losing people. But okay. I hope we all learned something from this today. We will talk a lot more about Hitler in the upcoming days. Um, all right. How dare you, Invalid Axiom? Invalid Axiom says, yeah, Sam, shut up. You talk to so much. Damn streamer. How dare you, Invalid Axiom? Jay Williams says, Hitler fascinates him. I know you're joking, Jay Williams, but he does. He does fascinate me. Not in a positive way. Yeah, oh no, you're right, Lacroix. So I'm going to be clear, Lacroix. There are more serial killers. So Lacroix says, isn't the prevalence of serial killers an American thing? I know they can be everywhere, but it seems like the US had more. Yes, absolutely. Like the United States has a very large number of serial killers because we have structural problems that creates more of them. The Soviet Union did have some serial killers, not nearly as many as America does, because but there will always be like some number of serial killers, probably in most places, I'm guessing. But you can definitely reduce that number, right? Um, okay. So we're like Catty J. I had to explain to my friend yesterday that fascism picks an identity marker like the world Christian right now and raises it up and makes it completely meaningless. That something could happen and two different people could see the same thing and come out, one of them saying it's Christian and the other one saying it's not. Right. It is full of contradictions. It is about, remember, guys, fascism is about subjectivity uh subjectivity and shit like that, okay? So like it's very much about subjectivity and about what you feel, not what you think. Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung is the German phrase. The world is however I view it to be. It doesn't matter what reality is. All that matters is what you want reality to be. So that's what you see and that's what's real. Remember what Hitler did when he read, he would literally X out parts of the books he disagreed with and only kept the parts he agreed with. All right? I totally agree. No one this time. I also totally agree with you, Sumdum, that capitalism foments hyper individuality in a lot of, especially in America, we're really individualist, and that's really unhealthy for humans. Okay, it's really bad for our mental health, for other things. Okay, okay, okay. Let's go on, guys. All right, so there we go, guys. That's my presentation. We will do much more of this next week. I wanted to give a little bit of a break to everyone, so I didn't want to go into too much of it today. But as you can tell, I failed because I just get caught up talking about this. One of the things that got me to go into academia was the school I ended up going to get to do my PhD research and stuff. I was visiting the school, and I enter into a room where there are two professors. Let me see if I can find what I wanted to show you guys. Okay, where there are two professors sitting at a table. Okay, there you go, Invalid Axiom. Okay, there you go, done. There are two professors sitting at a table, and they are furious. They both have like these cups of coffee, and one of them is pounding on the table with his fist. And they were arguing about something very, very small. Like they were talking about some obscure historical fact, something about like what day did um peasants from the Holy Roman Empire have a certain religious feast or some shit like that. And they were like yelling at each other in passion, like about how the other one was wrong. And I love that shit. I love that shit. There you go, Ninjester. Two professors enter a room and there are five opinions between them. Okay. I love arguing. I mean, I love like the intellectualism of that sort of process, that dialectic, one might say, okay, of like going back and forth in writing and things like that. And We just did some of that. Now it's a great way to learn and think about things. And that's why I think fascism is so interesting, because it's always a debate. Okay. It's always a debate. I know I should have, Gwen, I should have. But anyway, okay. It might real life cat DJ be history autism. That's true. Okay. Okay. So guys, what I wanted to watch with you guys now is there was a video here, and I know that we'll do some news maybe later. Okay. I just wanted to watch something with you guys. This is a video that I found from I think someone posted it in the Discord. It's by someone named Red Pen. And it's a Marxist analysis of the 20th century American capitalism. And I thought it'd be interesting to watch this with you guys, and we can kind of talk about it. If we don't end up, if we don't get through it, that's okay. If it ends up being too boring, we'll stop it. But a lot of Americans, a lot of people around the globe, well, especially in America, people don't think in Marxist terms that much, okay? In other places in the world, they think about it a lot more. Not in America. We have a very liberal way of looking at things. And Marxism is a very interesting academic lens for looking at things. He's a little dry. Okay, if he's too boring, we'll go on to something else, but we'll see what he says. Okay, we demand more Red Pen and more Bees D Marx. Okay, so we'll see what he says. I am curious. I haven't watched it, so I'll see what he says. If it's too boring, though, for the sake of the stream, we might need to yell it. We might need to end it. Okay. To be clear, guys, when we say Marxism, I'm going to sit down here. I was a Marxist historian. Okay. I'm not Marxist historian. I mixed Marxist anthropology with history. So I guess it was kind of Marxist history. So I kind of would take a Marxist approach to things. You can, by the way, take a Marxist approach to analysis, but not be a communist. So I want to be clear. I've known academics who do Marxist analysis, but then are kind of liberals in their everyday life, which I always thought was weird, but can happen. When we use the word Marxism in an academic setting, a Marxist thinker is not necessarily someone who is politically left. Does that make sense? It is a way of analyzing history utilizing Marx. Okay, though most of the time Marxist thinkers are in fact leftists. Okay. Jonas, is there a way for humans to desire cooperation without leading to tribalism? Unfortunately, Jonas, this is a hard thing to talk about. Humans do kind of have a sense of tribalism that's inside of them, that's kind of automatically there. I will say, Jonas, one way that might end tribalism is if we get attacked by aliens, because then all humans would unite around a common enemy. I don't know, but we could debate that. He's a dangist? Okay, got you. That's okay, Cicero. So I'll see what he says. Okay, let's see what he says. I haven't heard him, so we'll find out. I'll make my own commentary. For those who don't know, who haven't been in the community long, I studied fascism. I also studied the development of systems of social control in the 20th century United States from a somewhat Marxist perspective. So we'll see if I can add to this.
This video was made possible with the help and generous support of my patrons. If you would like to join them in helping grow this channel, you can do so at the links in the description below. This is a chart from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that's measuring two different trends. The orange line represents productivity or total value of goods and services produced by US industry, while the red line over here represents...
So I'm sorry, I will cut him off sometimes to show off that I know what he's talking about. Okay, so like, this is like, if you have... So there has been a massive increase in worker productivity since about the 70s, but wages have not gone up, or they've barely gone up. So we have been making, us workers have been making so much more than than we used to, but we have not gotten more wages for the amount of work we're putting in.
Worker compensation, or the total value of wages received by workers in those industries. The purpose of showing these two trends side by side is to take note of the relationship between them. We can see that from 1945 to approximately 1970, the growth between total value output and wages remained constant. As workers produced more value output, they received a proportionate increase in compensation. However, we can also see at the beginning of the 1970s, this trend came to a gradual halt as wages began to stagnate. This trend continued for 50 years, and today, in 2023, wages remain at the levels they were at in the 1970s. But on the other hand, as the total value output of the productive sector continued to increase, stagnating wages spelled higher profits for corporations. Today, through rapid inflation, poorly paid jobs, and precarious contract labor, much of the working class is discovering that their wages are insufficient to purchase the things that previous generations were easily able to afford.
We all know that,
In
right?
2023, the inflated price of groceries, housing, and energy
who was it? Who was president when wages started stagnating?
continued to hollow out the middle class and generate waves of anger and dismay among working people. Talking heads continue to point to this or that individual phenomenon as the cause of the crisis. COVID, banking deregulation, the war in Ukraine.
I'm sick of people blaming like individual events, being like, oh, the reason kids are doing so bad in schools is because of COVID. The reason this bad thing is happening, you know, we have such a lack of systemic analysis. Okay, you're definitely right there, Gwen. Reagan had a lot to do with this. But yeah, okay. Do you really think a cosmetic as see here and Thatcher, right?
Anything China does, and so on.
Dolly boy.
But to grasp the historic roots of the current crisis, it is crucial to understand what this chart is saying, where we were, where we are now, and how we got here.
Certain economic truths have become accepted as self-evident. A second Bill of Rights, under which a new basis of security and prosperity can be established for all.
FDR, my second favorite president. My first is Lincoln. He wasn't perfect. Don't do the lefty actually and be like, well, he didn't care about black people. You're right, he didn't. He was not but compared to other presidents, he was pretty good. Okay, he's still a racist piece of shit like all of them were.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
Well, the world's 10 wealthiest men doubled their fortunes during the first 2 years.
Oh, there's also that weird amorphous blob. Also the internment camps, you know, but, well, never mind.
The pandemic as poverty and inequality soared.
God damn it, amorphous blob. Okay, the New Deal to neoliberalism.
The early 20th century was a turbulent period in the history of the capitalist mode of production. As capital accumulation continued to expand, it eventually grew beyond the confines of the nation. Capital had become...
Yeah, oopsie Louise, I forgot about the little internment thingy, okay? I know I'm a monster, folks. I know. I should have remembered the fucking Japanese internment, okay?
global, and the antagonistic relations it gives rise to also became global. This fact was not only realized in World War I, but also with the Great Depression beginning in 1929. Both of these crises, only one decade apart, each emerged at the global level as an expression of underlying economic processes that continued to push outward.
Yep.
The Great Depression came as a sudden shock, wreaking incalculable destruction on the lives of working-class people. From 1929 to the peak of the Depression, global GDP dropped by 15%, international trade fell by 50%, and unemployment reached up to 30% in Western countries.
Yeah, that was disastrous.
The US, where the Great Depression was sparked, rural farming communities were hit the hardest. The price of crops dropped so
Maybe I'll do a stream sometimes on the Great Depression, guys. It's a super interesting time.
dramatically that roughly 10% of rural farmers could no longer pay their debts and were forced to sell their land. It took roughly a decade before the rural crisis was resolved and the agricultural sector was
Oh my god, I love this picture. Did I ever okay, guys, wait. Before we keep watching this, let me tell you a little something, okay? There was a really interesting book at the time. That a historian wrote a book about about queer people during the Great Depression. I know, right, LaCroix? I love this picture. And it's funny because at the time of the Great Depression, there were a lot of homeless men who would travel around. They would basically hitch rides on trains and things like that. Hobos, they were called, okay? And when FDR came around, he set up work camps to employ a lot of people. And so a lot of these men would be in these work camps and they'd be working to build roads or public projects. And we have a lot of documents from these work camps. And there was a lot of sexual stuff going on in these places. Like we know we have images of like these men would do graffiti where they would show images of men like having only a shirt on and then their butts would be sticking out like a woman's butt. Like they would look like they'd have a woman's bottom and they'd be looking over their shoulder, and it would say like "Good night, handsome" above it. And like they would make little postcards talking about like enjoying each other's bodies and stuff at night in the work camps. Like Sir Bar, I tried to find these, but I couldn't. There's a book. I will try to remember the name of the book that talks about it and has these images. But there were a lot of these work camps. By the way, at the time, if you were gay or you were like transgender or something, that made it more likely you were going to be homeless. So yeah, a lot of these homeless, unemployed guys were having sex with each other in these work camps, and then like drawing pictures of each other's butts and stuff. It was really funny. It's really cool too.
Structured. The economic orthodoxy during the time of the Great Depression was based on laissez-faire or let-be theory. The Austrian School of Economics, who spearheaded this theory...
By the way, Weirdomorphous Blob loves the Austrian School of Economics. Weirdomorphous Blob, big Austrian School of Economics fan.
...had always argued that capitalism did not produce general economic crises, but only isolated temporary downturns in particular industries. They argued that if governments let the market be, economic activity would eventually re-stimulate an equilibrium between supply and demand.
Hilarious.
From here, they
Weirdomorphous Blob says, "I'm going to strangle you to death with my hands."
argued that any form of state intervention to artificially generate recovery would only further disrupt the market and prolong the crisis.
Yep.
The recommendation of the Austrian school to let the market be, in practice, translated to doing nothing and letting the suffering of the working class play out.
Are you here, Spade?
Western governments were generally dissatisfied with the Austrian school's diagnosis and solution to the crisis. Millions of unemployed people were piling into soup kitchens. Homelessness flooded the countryside. Industries couldn't sell their products. And in the background of all of this...
I had a professor, guys. Oh my fucking God. That's one of the shitty things about going to history classes. If you have a conservative professor, you're fucked in a lot of ways. So like, I had a professor who massively defended Herbert Hoover and was like, you know, his ideas about not doing anything really weren't that bad. Like, he actually helped a lot. The Agricultural Adjustment Act was great. He did a lot of really great things. You know, if he just had been given a bit more time to let things play out, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I cannot believe, and it's like so ahistorical. It's like, anyway, so just fucking.
The Soviet Union was urging workers of the world to overthrow their governments and implement a socialist worker state. The Soviets were calling on the international proletariat to follow their lead in transcending the capitalist mode of production and building a future world that did not depend on the madness of capital accumulation, perpetual economic crises, or the barbarism
By the way, there was of
exploitation. The Soviet Union faced many difficulties, and it was not immune from the consequences of the Great Depression. However, the Soviets successfully overcame many challenges that crippled Western capitalist societies. For example, as unemployment reached up to 30% in the West, the USSR maintained an employment rate of virtually 100%. Unlike the Austrian School of Economics, which never took Marxism or Soviet communism as a serious alternative to capitalism, other segments of the bourgeoisie certainly perceived it as a threat. What would happen, they wondered, if millions of unemployed Western workers began to occupy their spare time learning about the 100% employment rate under Soviet communism? Two individuals within the bourgeois class that diligently worked to prevent this from happening were the US President Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the British economist John Maynard Keynes.
Oh God, John Maynard Keynes, okay.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt, or FDR, was elected US President in 1932 on the promise of offering a New Deal to the American working class.
I don't know.
American socialist and communist parties were already growing, and the economic crisis was pushing greater numbers into their ranks. FDR understood that without some type of economic relief...
Yeah, guys, something that's not talked about in regards to FDR, that I know some of you know about this, but FDR, you know, he really didn't do the stuff he did because he was like a great socialist or whatever, right? He did it because he was trying to preserve capitalism, literally. There was a lot of pressure put on his government from workers' unions, socialists, communists, and things like that, especially unions. And there was actually a massive strike that happened. So he kind of did a Bismarck, and he kind of tried to appease all those groups by doing these things. And he literally said out loud, "This is to save capitalism." Okay, which I still think it was good what he did because I care about people not suffering and shit, but just don't think he was doing it out of some kind of kindness, all right?
The working class would continue to be attracted to the socialist alternative. Therefore, in order to save capitalism, FDR needed to present it to the working class as the superior alternative to socialism. FDR was largely inspired by the British economist John Maynard Keynes, who, like FDR, was a capitalist that wanted to save capitalism from itself. Keynes opposed the laissez-faire approach of his Austrian colleagues, who took a supply-side approach.
Can I be clear, guys, that also the idea of laissez-faire is fake to begin with? There's no real such thing as laissez-faire. There's no such thing as like completely free market capitalism. Because, okay, this is confusing, but you can have laissez-faire more or less, but the state is always involved to some extent. The state is there to protect all those capitalist industries, okay? Okay.
Approach to economic questions by arguing their position from the perspective of sellers or capitalists. Keynes, however, advocated for a mode of economic governance that held greater concern for the purchasing.
He's my second favorite, so don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming him. I like that he did that. I'm just saying.
Power of workers as a means of keeping the cycle of production and consumption in motion. Keynes understood the necessity of supply-side economics, but also pointed out the dependency that supply has on demand.
I know, Lacroix.
He argued that without a growing demand for consumer goods, supply would eventually seize up and the economy would re-enter a crisis. Keynes's theory was significant because it was an expression of the bourgeois class coming to terms with the fact that capitalism had created a general crisis, a crisis of a magnitude.
Guys, I love the chat happening in the community right now. It seems like on Saturdays we got more people in here, and you guys talk about some really cool things. There's a big conversation happening about death, spirituality. Very interesting.
Required a dramatic restructuring of the economy. FDR applied Keynes's ideas and similar ideas into policies that were highly favorable to the working class. In 1933, a series of laws were passed by Congress and a number of executive orders signed by FDR to institute the New Deal, a sweeping set of programs and agencies to facilitate relief, recovery, and reform. The New Deal immediately introduced a number of reforms that directly improved the economic condition of the working class. Unemployment insurance, payments, and benefits were widely distributed to millions of jobless workers, and in 1935, the Social Security
Jonas, I swear to God.
Administration further expanded similar benefits related to old age retirement, disability, and maternity leave. The New Deal also introduced a number of large public programs that put millions of Americans to work in building a sturdy economic foundation to avoid future crises. The Civilian Conservation Corps was introduced as a federal agency that took on the responsibility of planning the conservation and development of federal land and resources.
Okay, 1 second.
These were jobs that were provided to unemployed, unmarried men.
So guys, I am curious. Is this boring to anyone? I know. I'm bad because I'm always asking you what you guys want to do. I'm going to do a poll here. I feel like it might be a bit too, because we're democratic, right? See here, I guess. Poll, keep watching. Are you guys learning here? Keep watching. Question. I'm going to do a poll. A bit dry. Okay. So I'm just going to do a quick poll over on Twitch. Keep watching. We can also do it on YouTube, but keep watching. Yes, no. All right. I'm just started a poll. Guys, if you're on Twitch, please answer the poll. We'll see if it's too boring, because I do think it might be too boring for a stream, you know, because I'm also trying to survive here. Keep watching. No. We got 2 people saying no, 1 saying yes. For the people over on Twitch. I do like it. He's talking about good things, but it's not particularly entertaining. We can find something else to watch. Yes, 4 say yes, 3 say no. Let me see what else we have to watch, guys. We have some other things we could watch too.
Plus 15,000.
Yeah, not exactly entertainingly presented. Give me a second here. Hello, Druzilla. How are you doing? So glad you're here. I was worried, Druzilla. I was like, where's Druzilla? Poor Druzilla. Is Druzilla alive? I hope so.
America is
It's going to be 50-50. God damn it. Okay. In that case, we're just going to stop there, guys. I would rather find something that everyone is super into. I didn't ask YouTube, so we're just going to go off Twitch. Okay, we'll watch something else. All right, so let's find something more entertaining here. That looks really good, though. So I'll send it to you guys so that if you want to watch it yourselves,
America is
it's
the
very good
richest
looking.
country in the world.
I know. I hate democracy too. I know. I'm an asshole. I know all you people out there are like, why do you do democracy? Because sometimes I can't decide. So if I do, look, now more people are saying no. I can't decide. So then I'm like, I'm just going to ask the audience. Okay. Because what the fuck? Why not? All right. Okay. So let me find something else for us to watch here. You could really use a God Emperor. No God Emperors. You're not allowed to have one. I'm the only God Emperor allowed. By the way, guys, if you're over on Twitch, if you're over on YouTube, please like the stream. It'll help get more people in here. Just hit the like button. It'll help drive more people in here. Okay, I would love that shit. All right, let's see what we have here. I'm just going to go to the bottom and go up from the top. We'll find a longer one, someone that we can watch together. I stole in. Oh my God, these are awful, awful, awful. There are not that many recommended videos. I hate all of you. Do my work for me. Come on. Okay, come on. Why are you making me do work? Okay, so let's watch this one. We'll watch this one. This one is sent to us by Oxpecker, and it is called "Is Gen Z Dumb? Is Gen Z Dumb?" Now, I am very
Is Gen Z dumb?
I'm curious about this question because as a teacher, there is definitely a problem. There's a problem with literacy in this country. Now, I do not like the idea of saying that it's a problem with the generation. Okay. This happens in almost every generation where older generations blame younger generations and shit. Oh, I know, Doug. I do like the shorter ones. I'm just I wanted to find a longer one for this. So let's watch it. This isn't terribly long. It's about 7 minutes. Is anyone here Gen Z, by the way, or do we have any Gen Zers in here? Okay, do we have any Gen Zers in here? You don't have to tell me, obviously, but how do I end this fucking poll now? Jesus Christ. How do I end the poll? I don't fucking know. You're Gen Z. Gotcha. Okay. Can I be the cheat teacher's pet? Hello, Adam Misk. How are you doing, Adam Pet? Yeah, you can be the teacher's pet. Do you want to be? Ow. Oh, God, it hurt my tooth. Anyway, I'm Gen Z by a month. Okay, just curious. So this is saying apparently that, I don't know if they're saying is Gen Z dumb. But we'll find out. Okay, let's watch.
For almost a century, researchers saw a gradual increase in IQ scores across the entire globe at a rate of about 3 points.
Okay, first problem with this video. Okay, first problem with this video. IQ is bullshit. IQ is bullshit. All right, I don't like IQ. I don't care. I don't like IQ. They're not real. Yeah, they're okay. But it's as in they're okay. I guess it's some metric, but it doesn't really mean much. Okay. It's kind of like a baseline for a population. But even then, what is it actually looking at? There are many kinds of intelligence. What does it mean to be to have intelligence? Right, Gwen? It's racist. It was actually constructed in kind of a racist way. There are lots of issues with IQ. It is kind of a weird metric. So to say that IQ has been reduced or IQ has stopped going up, that's okay, whatever.
Per decade.
We'll see.
But now, this trend has not only plateaued, it's begun to fall in the other direction. On top of this, we now have empirical evidence showing declines in literacy and numeracy, attention spans, memory, and executive functioning in young people.
You too, Atomics. Mwah, kiss to you. All right, so yeah, there it is true, guys. We've seen a massive reduction in literacy. The average American can read at a 6th grade level, which is not great. And we're seeing an uptick in literacy problems. A lot of Americans can't read too good. I noticed it when I was a teacher. There has been a big uptick in students who are not able to read. And listen, while we're doing this, we're not blaming the generation, okay? There are some issues happening. There are big structural problems that might be causing a lot of these issues. Okay. So yeah, the numeracy, students, we've always had issues with math in the United States. There's been a lot of issues with math. Attention has going down. There was a study that showed that's probably true, Adamus. There is a study that shows, thank you so much, Dolly Boy. Thank you so much for the 400 bits. Dolly Boy says, Dolly Boy Call is the only home for the downtrodden. Through Dolly Boy, we will persevere and succeed, for this is the only path to salvation. TM sponsored by the Dolly Boy Cult. How dare you, Dolly Boy? I hate you. Anyway, so like we've also seen a reduction in attention spans in theory. I don't know if I fully buy these studies that show that the average attention span is now 7 seconds, which is pretty fucking low. All right. Memory has gone down, executive functioning. I don't know how you can measure executive functioning. This is complicated, but there are some issues.
Despite the fact that they go to more school than ever in history. So is this a cognitive impairment? Like, are young people's brains inferior, or is technology and now things like AI making them stupider? Just so we're on the same page, here is a breakdown of generally...
That's a false black or white, okay? There are other, what's that fallacy where you make it seem like there's only two possibilities? There's more than just those two possibilities.
Accepted birth years for each generation, with Gen Z being around 1997 to 2012, and Gen Alpha being after.
Thank you, Laquabla. It's a false dichotomy. Thank you.
For that. For the record, I'm a millennial, so that may bias me towards thinking we're the smartest generation ever. But let's start with the IQ scores. The trend of increasing scores since the 1930s is known as the Flynn effect, named after the researcher James Flynn. He basically noticed that every time a new generation took an older test, they scored significantly higher. I think we all know IQ scores are flawed and only really measure a very
how are you doing, Portland? I'm glad to see you here. I never really speak much to you, Portland, but glad to have you here.
Specific kind of abstract problem-solving ability, but it's still interesting to see a global...
You're the smartest, right, Gwen? I know you're joking, but okay.
Trend with rising IQs over the years, only to suddenly reverse. One of the most interesting hypotheses for why this has occurred...
I'm gonna go back, I'm sorry. When did it reverse?
Abstract problem-solving ability. But it's still interesting to see a global trend with rising IQs over the years, only to suddenly reverse. One of the most interesting hypotheses for why this has occurred, though, is not really about intelligence, but rather each generation's environment. Over the years, we've not only increased access to schooling, but we've also improved childhood...
See, I agree, though. Remember, guys, where we do material analysis here. So what is the environment
nutrition,
like?
Reduced exposure to heavy metals like lead, and minimized the impact of...
Yeah, guys, we need to do a stream sometime on leaded gasoline, because it is not an exaggeration to say that a lot of boomers and some Gen X people were massively toxified by lead. Like, I'm not that joking that much. Okay, listen, folks, listen, okay? Not by the way, it's much more boomers than Gen X people, but there are some boomers too that have high levels of lead. Let me explain what I mean. This is gonna sound bad. This is gonna sound bad, okay? But for the reason we call gasoline unleaded, okay, unleaded is because it used to have a lot of fucking lead in it. We used to have lead in fucking everything. And there were especially low-income people, there were working class people were exposed to a lot of fucking lead a lot of the time. And they changed this. They started a process of literally unleading gasoline and trying to remove lead from the environment. We don't talk about this much in history classes, but the last generation to be majorly exposed to lead was the boomer generation, the quote unquote greater generation, the baby boomers, and some of Gen Z. Okay. Now listen. Now wait for it, Druzilla. Now wait, don't make assumptions. Don't make assumptions. Bad Druzilla, okay? There have been some theories out there that claim that like the boomers are especially there might be some explanation for some of their beliefs and worldviews and things like that that might come from lead poisoning. Saying that lead can oftentimes make it harder to think more complex thoughts. I don't know how to frame that. I know, okay? And there is some theory, yes, exactly, said the lead was added there. And same thing with some Gen X, not many Gen X, but listen, I don't fully buy this. I think it's exaggerated. Is it true that there were a lot lead did really get in a lot of boomers? Yes. I don't know if that's like a massive contributor to their ideological perspectives. But it is tempting sometimes when you speak, especially with some boomers. Forgive me if there's boomers in here. I hope you know I'm not talking about all boomers, where they just cannot seem to process like complex thoughts. Like it's always like, immigrants scary, and then you can't really explain much more. Listen, I'm not trying to be a supremacist. I'm just saying, um, okay, like I could be I this is not good history, okay? I'm just saying it's a funny thing to think about. You're not wrong, Laquabwa. There is thought, by the way, that after leaded gas became unleaded, there was a massive decrease in crime. Okay, I'm not even joking. Crime decreased heavily after lead was removed from gasoline and from things like that. And there is some evidence that lead might actually have contributed to a higher crime rate. That this is complicated and none of this is for certain, okay? Um you see what I mean? But like it's just there is some of that. Yeah. But again, I am not saying all boomers are Gen Zers, okay? Just to be clear, I'm just saying
infections and diseases, and this quality of life improvement correlates perfectly with the IQ gains. This hypothesis is further supported by the fact that while we see a stall or decline in IQ growth for industrialized nations, many countries that are coming out of poverty are now seeing large and fast increases in IQ, similar to what we once did. So those previous gains were likely lifting the floor of our average IQ. But then why did it start going down instead of just plateauing?
Gwen, hilarious. Gwen says crime in the 80s was because of black men.
To be fair to Gen Z, this downward trend actually started with millennials. But some countries noticed this decline even earlier. Norway, for example, tracked hundreds of thousands of young military men for decades and noticed
Now listen, guys. Interesting. Correlation, causation. Correlation, causation. It's also the case that millennials are one of the first generations to experience a quality of life less than their parents in America. Not the first time in American history, but like one of the big yeah, no, Oxpecker, I like it though. Like, do we understand that? Like the millennials were one of the first generations to not have to have a better financial situation than their parents. Now, that has changed a little bit. But like there might be a material reason for this that has to do with economic stress. Yeah, spurious correlation is a thing, right? Correlation doesn't mean causation.
IQ peaked for those born in the 70s, who would have taken the tests in the early 90s, and then steadily declined by around 2.5 points per decade. But this downward trend has continued into recent years, even based on US data. However, recent studies that actually looked more closely and broke down the data further show that Gen Z is actually increasing in certain subtypes of IQ, specifically those related to visual tests. Scientists suggest this is because we live in an increasingly visual world, from photos to movies and TV to video games and computers. Each generation has been exposed to more complex imagery, which may help explain why we've become better with visual tests. So while the overall Flynn effect shows
69. Anyway,
a decrease, if you look at specific skills like spatial reasoning,
you know what? Fuck you, Invalid Axiom. Invalid Axiom says correlation. I watch this stream and I'm happy. Causation. I watch this stream, get bored, get stoned, and then get happy. Rude, Invalid Axiom, rude.
You can see
you are having a grand old time. Don't you laugh at that, Dolly boy. You get a bonk. Bonk. Shame on you, Invalid Axiom. You too, Jonas. You get a bonk. Bonk. Anyone else? You too, Elevator Lady. Bonk. Thank you, Peck on Bad. You get a boop. Boop. All right.
Slightly different story for Gen Z. But the thing is,
Ninjester, don't you fucking laugh.
It's not just IQ scores that are suffering. Other major tests, like the Program for International Student Assessment, which is a global test administered every 3 years, has seen massive declines in performance since the 2000s.
Yes.
And even the average SAT and ACT scores in the US have hit multi-decade lows. So it's worth looking into the other metrics being called out too, like memory and attention span, because there is, unfortunately,
I need to find a better way to put up this fucking flag. 1 second, guys. God damn it. Jesus. Ugh, it's probably Israel's fault. Fucking Benjamin Netanyahu coming in here with his demonic spirit animal. Ugh, motherfucker. You will not take down Palestine! Inshallah, Palestine will be free. God damn it. Oh, Jesus Christ. You need to fucking find a way to put this shit up here so I don't fucking... Oh my God. Shut the fuck up, Loiso. You shut the fuck up. You understand me? All right. Where the fuck did my... 1 second, folks. 1 second. Don't go anywhere. Where the fuck is my goddamn duct tape? Yes, I'm using duct tape because I'm a barbarian. All right, we're going to have to fix this, folks. I'm going to need to do this better because otherwise we're not going to have a goddamn... I swear to fucking God. God damn it. Like, what? I really wish Palantir would send me some fucking money or something for these goddamn streams. I'm willing to take any money at this point. Do you think if I offered to suck off Peter Thiel that he might send me some fucking money? Anyway, guys, forgive me. I'm being rude. Okay, fine. No duct tape. Whatever. I don't fucking know. We'll just keep it the way it is. All right, let's go on. Let's go on here. I'm just kidding. I don't want to be sponsored by a corporate interest. Okay, it's a joke. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the money. Jonas says, I can't comment. My people are too stupid to understand how IQ works. Why the fuck did you make me say that out loud, Jonas? I hate you so much. Okay, I hate you all. Okay. Thank you, Gwen. I'm calm. I apologize. I'm calm. I apologize. Okay. So, well, I'm calm. Everything's fine. Let's go on, shall we?
Truth to Gen Z performing worse than previous generations in these categories too. And a lot of it has to do with brain rot, by which we mean cognitive exhaustion from over-consuming low-quality short-form videos at a rapid pace.
Yes.
Studies show this kind of consumption disrupts executive functioning, focus maintenance, and working memory capacity. Basically, the constant switching drains the mental fuel that would otherwise be needed for deep, sequential, logical reasoning, making it harder for anyone, not just Gen Z. But the difference with Gen Z and Gen Alpha is that their brains have been developing with this kind of
that is just like theory. That's like not, I don't know how you, that's just theory that some scientists have developed. We don't know that for sure. You say here, I know, me too, Goopertarian, but I need my brain rot. I know, listen, guys, brain rot literally is having, I've noticed it when I was a teacher. It definitely has been causing problems. Now, will I say that it's even the main problem? No. Okay, no, it's not the main problem. I don't think it is. But there are ways we have to adapt to it. But like, think about it. The stuff that is on the internet, especially TikTok and things like that, gives you these little boosts of dopamine, so you get addicted and you can't stop watching it, and you keep kind of, it makes it really hard to keep, kids focused in a class because they're not going to pay attention to you unless you're constantly, like, what's the term? Stimulating their dopamine receptors, which, you know, obviously class is sometimes going to be boring. And kids have always been bored, but I feel like by the time I was finished teaching, it was so much harder to get anyone to focus without constantly entertaining them. Okay, but again, that's not, I feel like that's a smaller thing, but it is something I noticed, even though that's anecdotal. What the fuck did you say? You just sent me Philly cheese? Oh God, I hate that. I hate that. I'm not going to watch. Okay. Let's see here. Maddie Holmes. Even the University of Chicago is banning electronic use for Law 1 students. Yeah, there's like, I don't know. This is so complicated. No, you're right, Goopertarian. I was going to say Goopertarian. I think fundamentally a lot of this is material conditions. It's much nicer. Like if you don't have, if you're struggling and you don't have much hope in life and you don't really feel like there's much of a future, it's going to be nice to have an escape, okay? And so that's why I'm saying I don't think that's like the main thing. Jonas, I swear to God, Jonas. Don't you have a cargo ship to go pillage or something, Jonas? Anyway, we like so like I think that's a lot of it has to do also with economic suffering and things like that.
content, whereas many older generations have already solidified their capacity for longer bouts of attention. They grew up in environments with long-form media, reading, and low distraction environments compared.
Oh my God, look, there's Dolly Boy coming in here. Freedom! Like trying to declare freedom and shit. Okay, anyway.
But that's not to say this stuff doesn't impact older generations too. Studies show that global attention spans have decreased across all age groups, but it seems easier for older generations to get back to having better focus if they minimize their brain rot. Deep reading, specifically, has been shown to help crystallized intelligence,
yes,
which is like the ability.
So guys, this is a really cool concept. It's called deep literacy. So I want you to think about this, guys. Literally, anyone in here, who here reads books, like reads a lot of books? Or let me say, who here has never read a book outside of what you had to read for school? Has anyone here never read a book apart from what you were made to read in school, never gotten through a whole book? I'm just curious. Because I can guarantee you there are a lot of people, me too, Maddie Holmes, I get that. There are a lot of people who never have read outside of high school. I'm not even joking, never read a full book. Yeah, good, excellent, Louise. There are a lot of people who don't read at all. And there has been a massive decline. There has been a massive decline in something called deep literacy, which is the ability to read from title to end of a book and understand a book as a whole, as opposed to just looking at small bits of information in isolation. People have trouble connecting. Smith, I'm so glad you're back. Welcome back, Smith. I remember you, Smith. I have a very long memory, Smith. Okay. Neither of those things are true, but reading is really hard with my ADHD. Yeah, no, I agree, Laquaba. So like deep literacy is very difficult, and there's an issue, Lacroix, as someone who also has ADHD. Deep literacy is hard for people with ADHD, but there's been a lot more people who struggle with deep literacy, like the ability to read an entire work as a whole and make connections with it. Also, there has been an issue with people being able to make connections between separate things that they learn. What do I mean by that? There's like a bit, and I forget the name of this in educational circles. Lateral thinking. There you go. Thank you. The idea of like, there's a lot of people in this country this day and age that will hear two contradictory pieces of information and then never notice the contradiction. They will never notice the contradiction. And I've noticed that increasing a lot. With students too. There would be times, guys, where I'd literally put up on the board two contradictory ideas, and I'd be like, okay, what's the problem here? And no one in the class could tell me that there was a contradiction. And that sounds like, I know, you guys will be like, that's like, what do you mean? Like, you're just being a tut, younger people. No, I'm not. I taught for a long time, and I saw it change as I was teaching. And by the way, our younger people are also a lot smarter when it comes to technology. I'm kind of doing a mixed bag here, but a lot of people have lost the ability to make connections because they are so used to this short form content where every bit of content and information is isolated and small and that doesn't connect to anything else, that they don't have, and they're not used to deep literacy. They're not used to making ideas across the board. Does this make sense? They're not used to connecting ideas, which is also partially to blame teachers' problems too. Okay, anyway, teachers might not be doing it well. Oh yes, some dumb beats. You got what I mean? Okay. No, Dodongo, I can promise you. By the way, there's also been studies on it that show that there's been a loss in deep literacy. There has been. And a lot of teachers notice this.
To apply
So it's something that we're trying to fix because that's our job. Teachers, that's our job, is to try and fix that shit. So we've been working on it.
Previously learned things to new problems. And studies show that Gen Z does not engage nearly as much in this form of focus. There's also something called cognitive offloading, which happens much more thanks to smartphones. Nowadays, you don't need to memorize directions or a map layout because you can almost always pull out your phone.
Yeah, valid,
you have no need to remember a lot of facts because you can simply Google the answer on the spot. In fact, some Some researchers call it the Google effect, and it impacts all age groups too. We tend to forget information that we know we can access easily. Ultimately, when the brain doesn't practice retaining data, we see scores drop for working memory on standardized tests. But perhaps the biggest question is...
So listen, for that one, I don't know so much about that. I don't know if that is a true analysis. If you have easy access to information, does that mean that you're not going to be retaining as much, or does it mean that you're going to be able to retain a lot of other things that you're not retaining when you're looking it up? It almost might leave more room in your brain. Does that make sense? Yeah, he is just saying shit, Loy, so that's definitely just saying shit.
Why should we care about standardized tests? Sure, they're a metric to go by, but maybe they're testing irrelevant skills for today's world. I mean, I understand why memorizing map routes may improve elements of my memory, of course, but maybe by not needing...
Thank you, Maddie Holmes framed it really well. Even more than that, shorts are specifically structured to show a full plot in less than 3 minutes, so it's not just about long form cross thinking. But about how long, but about that we need the end finale point in a couple minutes, and then our brain resets with new ones. So the emotional resonance and thinking dead stops as soon as you flip to the next one. Yes. Dolly Boy, I only need my memory for obscure history to share with people who don't care in song lyrics. I care, Dolly Boy. You should share it with me. I think my professors have expressed universally is if you behave like this with the shortcuts and you don't thoroughly learn this stuff, you're going to struggle at work. Yeah, that's really stupid. I don't think that's a good way to frame it. Listen, I get it, but I also don't think that's a good way to frame it. I don't like, I hope I'm not sounding judgmental of younger people, folks. I'm not. I really am not. I don't blame them at all for this. It's just things I've observed. But I don't like it when, like, professors, Dodongo, do shit like that. Like, they do this condescending, you're going to struggle at work. No, professors need to learn how to fucking teach. How about that? Because lots of professors are not trained at all, are not taught at all. That's fair, Dodongo, okay? That is actually fair. If you're being a med tech, you might need to know that. But, like, professors are often not trained how to do education. They're not. And I have heard professors who say really stupid things, and it's like, well, you're the teacher. You're the one who's supposed to teach that shit. Anyway, whatever. It's just a side note I have, but that is a fair point.
To do that, we can focus our attention and intelligence in other domains. And that does seem to be the case.
Yeah,
research shows that
that's the problem. Guys, there's so many problems here. Gwen says, let's pay teachers to teach. That would be nice, right? If we actually had teachers that were being paid enough to survive. Jonas, schools are just training to be factory workers. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's the other thing, is that we also need better structured schools. Now, I will say there are schools that who are really good at this now. Okay. I've taught in a lot of schools. I've taught in several schools that had really modern ways of teaching that were no longer factory floors, but there are still some schools that do that and who train you mainly for jobs. But yes, we need to pay teachers more. Absolutely. It's a profession, folks. We should pay them like it's a profession.
It's not about how well Gen Z's brains work. There isn't like some genetic regression happening, but it's what their brains are good at that's changing. They have greater strengths in spatial awareness, as mentioned earlier, but also rapid information.
Loiso, you're kind of right. Loiso says homework is a weapon of class warfare. Kind of. There's other issues too with this school system that are weapons of class warfare. Okay. Absolutely. Well, I'll talk about it sometime.
Filtering, technological and media literacy, and parallel processing capabilities. All things that traditional cognitive tests fail to capture. On top of this, even our school systems have moved away from simple memorization towards collaborative learning, practical problem solving, and digital literacy. Things that are much more relevant to today's world. Yes. So even if Gen Z performs worse on a 90s vocab test, they'll likely outperform an old millennial like me in many modern capabilities. So while some of the changes and decreases for Gen Z are very real and worth continued evaluation, I think...
Since, he's honestly, I don't think he knows much about what he's talking about. Let me give you some critiques of the education system here. So, all right. I'm going to go to my page here. These are real things. Now, I will say, I am split on homework, guys. Let me explain what I mean by that. All right. So homework, let's talk about homework. I'm going to do my teaching bit here, right? I say teaching, my teaching. So the problem with homework, I avoided giving any homework. Okay. Like, because of the class component to that. But the problem is, so homework, right? Um, all these things are far more complicated than not just you guys, but then the media portrays them, and that the impression that people get from schools and shit. All right. So homework is bad in some ways because it is, if you have to work a job because you are in poverty, homework puts a burden on you, especially if it's linked to your grade. Okay. Homework is more useful to kids who have parents who can help them with the homework. So if you have a child that doesn't have a mom or a dad, or, two moms, two dads, or a non-binary, whatever it is, okay, they might have less help around. There are lots of issues that homework brings up in terms of teaching. Okay, like when it comes to social issues, class issues. Yeah, these days too, guys. You're right, Jonas. Most students will just cheat on their homework, which is why I would have my students write their essays in class on paper, and things like that. You have to come up with things like that. Now, at the same time, guys, I also don't blame teachers who do assign homework because this is very complicated. If you do not have enough time to teach your students because the curriculum gives teachers way too many things to teach, and not enough time to teach it, and you have so many fucking students, you can't spend time in class with every student helping them learn. The natural outcome of that is that teachers are going to have to assign homework because they literally do not have the resources, time, or energy to teach everything necessary in class or practice it with everyone in class and make sure everyone's doing it right. Okay? It's a problem. This is my point about education. Like, there are problems everywhere, and no one alone is to blame. Parents are not the only ones to blame. Schools are not, I mean, teachers are not the only ones to blame. The administration of schools are not the only ones to blame because there are massive structural problems. The biggest problem is the structure of the schools and the socioeconomic system in the United States. You see what I mean? So, like, I get frustrated because people have an overly simplistic idea of this. They will only blame teachers or only blame parents or only blame the kids or only blame the admin. It's a lot more complicated than that. All right? Like, it's a big fucking mess. It's a big fucking mess. All right? So, anyway, so homework. Let me show you some other issues with schooling. There's something called the hidden curriculum. The hidden curriculum. The hidden curriculum are lessons you learn in school. There you go, Jonas. Are lessons you learned in school that you don't know you're learning, but that are important to know, or at least that you learn you learn without knowing you're learning. And some of these I'm not a fan of. Let me give you some examples of some parts of the hidden curriculum. Okay, and I want you to think about your schooling experience. Some schools do this less, some do it more. The first thing you learn. Everyone ready for this? Okay, class affiliation. Class affiliation. What does that mean? Well, you literally think about it, guys. You literally are in a certain class. You're in a certain class. It's called a class. And then the way to raise up to the next class is for an authority figure to tell you that you have done well enough and deserve to move up into the next class. That kind of sounds like a society, doesn't it? That kind of sounds like society. We have classes. There's the wealthy and there's the working class. And the gatekeepers there are wealthier people who decide who moves up from one class to the other. Okay. And so literally you learn class affiliation. Come on, do we remember folks where, like, the freshmen, the ninth graders would be made fun of by the 10th graders and the 12th graders? They would, like, shame each other, like different classes shame each other and look down on each other and things like that. Okay. Class affiliation. You learn class affiliation. You learn emotional and intellectual dependence on authority figures. I'm having trouble typing. Intellectual. There we go. Okay. What do I mean by that? Well, why does that look weird to me? Did I spell that? Whatever. It doesn't. Intellect. Oh, no wonder. There's supposed to be you there. Intellectual dependence. Okay. So what does that mean? Well, think about it. Think about it. You are basically told that, if a teacher, a teacher or an authority figure tells you how to do things and how to think, and if you fail to do it how they tell you to do it, you are punished by both a bad grade or a criticism. And you're often you are told how you should feel about your work. Like teachers will tell you, you should be embarrassed by this, or you need to work harder on this, or you're not working very hard. Okay. Like they, and it oftentimes will make people feel emotionally dependent on an authority figure. I can promise you this affects you when you grow up and become an adult and are no longer in school. Who here, oftentimes, if you're at work, feel like unless you're getting positive feedback, you kind of feel astray or you kind of feel like, am I doing something wrong? No one's like, you need someone to give you feedback, or you kind of start feeling like you're not sure if you're doing things right. Or if like a boss tells you something negative at work, you become very down and sad and like start thinking about it. All right. This is taught to us in schools. Okay, it's taught to us in schools, this emotional and intellectual dependence. And to be clear, a lot of schools are really good at doing it's not doing intellectual dependence. Like I know when I taught, I would avoid making them intellectually dependent on me. It's about making them think for themselves. Um, but there are like, but I flunked out. I got you, Ninjester. I understand. Invalid axiom. So I hated this and had problems with teachers throughout my life because one, I'm neurodivergent, and two, my father is a biology professor who explicitly taught me not to trust. Exactly. But you see how that's what the schools do. The schools almost make you dependent in how they teach this shit, right? So emotional and intellectual. So number one, class affiliation. Two, emotional and intellectual dependence on authority. Another one here is okay, another one here is provisional self-esteem, which kind of goes with the last one, but not really. It's called provisional self-esteem. What does that mean? Yeah, basically the authority figures in your school can determine if you feel good about yourself or not. If you're doing, should you feel good? Should you feel bad about yourself? Are you successful? They get to decide whether you should feel good about yourself. Okay. Guys, it's okay. You're fine the way you are. All right. An authority figure shouldn't be dictate if you feel good about yourself. Do you see what I mean? All right. So provisional self-esteem is another one. There are some other ones here. Let me see if I can remind myself. Hidden curriculums, class affiliation, emotional and intellectual dependence on authority figures. Let me try to find the other ones. Give me a second. There's actually a list somewhere from a famous author, Gatto. All right, there we go. There's some more. Oh, yes. Okay. It also, just to remind some of the other ones, it makes you indifferent. It teaches you to be indifferent to learning. If you, and Jonas kind of talked about this earlier, education is, yes, obedience to authority, Jonas, all those things kind of go back to obedience to authority. If you're taught in this structured environment where, it's not very fun, right? You're basically, authority is used to make you learn things as opposed to learning for the sake of learning. it makes you more interested in appeasing authority figures than actually the knowledge you're learning. So it teaches you to be indifferent to knowledge because the knowledge isn't what matters. You're only doing it for the sake of appeasing authority figures. So you become actually indifferent to what you're learning, and it doesn't matter that much. Again, these are not everywhere is the same, but these are some of the things that get taught. So indifference. It also teaches you confusion. Confusion. Because given how we've set up our school system, all these different units of knowledge are broken up into different classes. And then every day for like 45 minutes, you have each one of those classes. No one ever really connects all the knowledge together for you. So it teaches you a bunch of information that is all disconnected and doesn't really connect together. And it can make you very confused about what's the purpose of this. And it makes it kind of like, uh, it makes it like, how do I apply this? You don't really ever learn how to apply it, do it? It's just like, I know all this shit, but it doesn't really connect together. Um, okay. Another thing. So these are some standard things. Let me see here. I'm going to go back to the 1 second here. Need to remember the rest of them. I should know these off the top of my head, but alas, I do not. Oh, yes, there we go. That's right. School will oftentimes make it clear that you cannot hide. It makes you it makes you used it gets you used to surveillance. Okay? It literally normalizes surveillance. So, think about it. You are watched all the time. There's always an adult somewhere. We all know how some schools will even search students' lockers. Now, some of this we can't help because, especially in America, schools are dangerous because we have so many guns everywhere. Don't get me started on that. But like while your stuff is in a school, it can be searched. Okay, it can be searched. You're always watched. Lots of schools have cameras everywhere. It normalizes surveillance, does it not? So it also makes it clear that you cannot hide, which leads to a kind of internal monitoring you'll do even when you leave school, and it makes you used to being surveilled, right? I'm going to add one more to this list that isn't in a lot of lists that I've seen of academic lists of like these things, but in America especially, it teaches you to be afraid. Teaches you to be afraid. All right. If you think I'm joking, I'm not. Especially in America, there are literally like school shootings all the time. Schools will do drills where they practice if a shooter comes into the school. I've had to experience this. It's awful. Okay. And it traumatizes all the kids. Um, it traumatizes all the students because you, you know, they're Doug, not possible. What do you mean don't be afraid? It's not possible when you're in an American school because you hear in the news all the time about guns going off. You hear about schools, massacres happening. Schools do shooter drills all the time, which makes kids afraid. You constantly hear, like, yeah, it's constant. Kids are constantly being talked about how everyone's a predator out to molest them. I know that sounds dark, but it's true. There is like, uh, I like you, CR. Don't come to stream tomorrow. What do you mean, Loisa? What does that mean? Okay. So like the idea here is like, you're all going to be assaulted. Be careful around adults, stranger danger. And part of this is true. Okay, I'm just saying you're taught to be fucking afraid all the time. And what happens when kids leave? There you go, Jonas. Yeah, we do that too here. We have security officers. So you will go to think about it. All like you're being taught to be afraid. all this other shit is happening. And when you leave school, okay, you're suddenly now, let's say you're a middle class person who's already afraid to death of being killed. That makes it easy to scapegoat people and to love the police and to love surveillance and to be hyper vigilant and overly scared, even if you're in like a safe place. Okay. Like it also makes people more right wing to be afraid all the time. Um, I'm not joking. I want you to be clear about that. It makes a lot of kids end up growing up to be more right wing if they're constantly in fear because it opens them up to be manipulated by right wingers. Anyway, so that's another thing you're taught. You're taught to be a fucking afraid all the time. Okay. Um, so okay, is that why they played 9/11 when you were in 6th grade? No, Doug. So I want to be clear. I want to point out that a lot of this shit, guys, is not like the school sitting down and being like, we're going to make kids afraid or we're going to make them get used to surveillance. These are things that some of these are not intentional. Like, for example, schools have to do surveillance because we've set up a system whereby if something bad happens to a kid, it's the school's fault. So, and then schools are massively legally liable for that. So the surveillance system is set up as a necessity because of rules and stuff around schools of structural issues, okay? And because there's not enough money to have enough employees so that there don't need to be cameras. You see what I mean? But that doesn't change the fact that it doesn't teach the kids there's something. All right? And so like same thing with like the safety school the drills. That's kind of like you can understand why they do that because there could be shootings, there could be a massacre in the school. All right. So like it's not that they're doing it on purpose a lot of the time, but yeah, it's this are kind of some of the lessons you're taught. Um Exactly. Some dumb, exactly. Some dumb. And some dumb, think about this. Some dumb says you could see it being a feedback loop. The constant feeling of being unsafe causes more shooters. Not only that, it also puts shooters on a pedestal. What do I mean by that? If you're going to a school and like you're constantly having these shooting drills and stuff for kids that are feeling disaffected and feeling alienated and want to get revenge, they see how much of an impact that action will cause in the school because of how bad people react to it. So it almost puts doing a shooting on a pedestal, and it kind of will give kids who are very upset the idea that hey, if they want to attract attention to people at the school, they should do a school shooting. You see what I mean? So like, there's a lot of problems. So like, you see how these are all very self-reinforcing. And listen, as I said before, a lot of these things are systemic. I don't want us to blame the schools always for these things. It's not always the school's fault. It is politicians' fault, socioeconomic faults. The fact that there's so many fucking guns everywhere makes it almost inevitable that some school's going to get shot up, right? Like, and as long as there's guns, they're easily accessible everywhere. There's going to be some kid who is having a bad day and takes his daddy's gun and goes kills a bunch of people. Like that's literally what happens. That's how that works. Okay. But like, so it's not just the school's fault. It's also the society. It is mostly the society's fault. Okay. Everyone, like, it's the society's fault. It's the economy's fault. It's the culture's fault. And then that caused problems for parents, that caused problems for students, that caused problems for schools. Okay. Yeah, LaQual, they do it for notoriety. Um, you see what I mean? So like, and let me one other thing here, guys. What does this look like? Let me show you a picture here, okay? You know, classic American classroom. Okay? Like, okay, this is a very classic, stereotypical looking American classroom. Okay. You know, kind of it has all these desks and rows, right? I mean, more often than not, there's more schools not using this setup. This is the traditional setup, right? I know this is triggering for people. Sorry, you have to see this image, okay? Um, Great, Lacroix, great. Yeah, guys, I've been to schools before where, there's metal detectors because they're worried about guns. I've been to schools before that require you to have see-through clear backpacks so you can see any guns coming in, okay? This is a very bad classroom, by the way. This is a bad classroom. There are better ways to set up a classroom. I have found, guys, I'm gonna be make a gendered statement here. Forgive me. I can guarantee you it's true though. Women are much better at setting up their classrooms than men. Okay, listen, listen, listen. And I've not known any non-binary teachers, so forgive me. But I have found, like, overwhelmingly, most women teachers are so much better at making a conducive learning environment. I know, I know, I know. But I'm like, and a lot of male teachers just don't even try. Anyway, that's just something I've noticed. I know that's stereotyping. I had a really nice classroom. I'm just saying. Anyway, so regardless, look at how these desks are set up. Okay. They're all in perfect little rows. They're all in perfect little rows. They're all facing in the right direction, in one direction, almost like little stations. Okay. Little stations, like soldiers, like stations. Um, and you'll notice that there's an American flag at the front, which most classrooms have an American flag in them where you're supposed to pledge allegiance to the flag. This and at the front is a podium where there's a teacher who will go up and down the aisles looking at the work you're doing and grading you on it. You know what this is like? A factory floor. It's literally a factory floor. That is literally how these classrooms were designed. This setup is supposed to be like a factory floor because when the modern education system was created, it was meant to mimic a factory floor because they were trying to create the next generation of factory workers. So every desk is a station on an assembly line. The teacher is an overseer who monitors your work and gives you feedback. Literally in a factory, guys, in a factory, there is a bell that rings to indicate the end of a shift. What happens in a school? Between classes, there's a bell that rings to indicate the next class. It is a fucking factory floor. And you yeah, okay. Is that true? Yes. So no, Gwen. So Gwen, you're being smart, Gwen. Uh, early schools were not like factory floors, okay? Then during the Industrial Revolution and um, the Prussian schooling model that came from Germany got introduced to the United States, which turned them into factory floors. Now we're getting away from that again. And I will say most schools are good at not doing this as much, but still a lot do. I did not do this. There's some better ways of doing this. I prefer doing it this way, guys, where you have tables in your classroom. All right. Tables, images. I don't know. This is not going to be tables like this. Okay. This is a little kid's classroom, but you can also do it for older kids' classrooms. But I have much bigger tables than this where you have like these little communities you create where you're not all looking forward towards the teacher. You're working together in a group and working on things as a collective. That's what I would do. I would set up tables with little groupings so people could work on things together and not have it like focused on the teacher in the front. Okay. So there are ways to democratize this and make it less like a factory. But yeah, it's designed in a kind of inhuman way. Um, exactly, Lacroix. Okay. So, and by the way, some students don't like this as much, and that's okay. But overall, I think it's better to do it this way, to have it like a bunch of individual things set up. And if you have to do a presentation at the front, you can set it up so that students can still see each other and talk to each other and shit. Okay. Well, Lacroix, what do you think I was trying to teach? By the way, in a lot of schoolrooms, there you go, everybody. In a lot of schoolrooms, there is, yeah, everyone is equal. Correct, Thelonious Dunk. And by the way, when my classrooms, that would be literal. Well, not exactly literal. I still was the dictator, but in most classrooms, the teacher will give you a list of rules. You just have to do what the teacher tells you. In my classroom and some other classrooms, we would actually make a constitution together as a class. Now, there would be certain rules that were unnegotiable, but we would have class rules that the whole class would be invested on. And we would create rules as a community. And this worked tremendously well. You guys have no idea how well this would work. Okay. And a lot of you would think that like your mom sounds like communism. Okay. Funny. So a lot of people would be like, "That sounds awful. Oh, that'll never work." No, it worked really fucking well. Okay, it actually worked really fucking well. Obviously, there were certain rules that were unnegotiable, but the student it made students actually invested in the rules to the point where they would enforce it themselves because they wanted to create a conducive learning environment for themselves. Okay. Anyway, so like there are ways to set up a classroom that's more democratic and less. There was also, by the way, guys, one thing that some teachers do is that they encourage their students to question their teachers openly. Now, this can cause problems, I'll admit it, but there's a way to do this responsibly. Okay? So what you do is you reward students who question you if they find out that you were wrong about something. So if you say something wrong intellectually, academically, rule-based wise, and the student says, I'm challenging you on that, and they're correct, they get a reward. They get some sort of reward, like a bonus point or something, okay? Which then teaches them to question authority figures, okay? Now, listen, this can cause problems if you don't have it kind of controlled because students will then always try to question you in a way that is inconducive to learning, but there are ways to do it that are responsible, okay? Anyway, so there are ways to teach that are not like a factory floor and are more open and things like that. Okay, you see what I mean? Anyway, I'm rambling, but yeah, so schools have some issues. But to be clear, guys, schools are very important. It is vitally important to exactly like a gold star, Thelonious Dunk. Yeah, 10 points to Gryffindor, and they loved this shit. They loved doing this shit. Okay, they loved like racking up points and things like that. And then I could use that as like a lesson on currency and inflation and shit like that. Okay, it was fun. Anyway, so what was I going to say here? Schools, however, are really important, folks. Every society on Earth has schooling at this point, basically, practically everyone. Because even if you're in a socialist society, you need to have schools, right? Ugh, you need to have it. Okay, so I know that there are anarchists and such out there who say we need to get rid of all schooling. That it's only it's a form of social control. Yeah, it is. It is. Unfortunately, in a modern day society, in socialist societies, you need to kind of teach some level of, you know, communal responsibility to live in an organized manner. You see what I mean? So like, yeah, unfortunately, it's true that there is a component of this that is about power and control and brainwashing. That's just how that works. Unfortunately, you need to do some of that in a society that lives and works together. Now, I don't agree with the capitalist brainwashing takes place. I'd rather have a society that does like brainwashing for the benefit of all people. You see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, that kind of teaches you how to be good and stuff. Let me give you an example of this. In China, guys, um, in America, teachers take care of their classroom and the students come to the classroom. In China, the students are responsible for their classroom. So the teachers move from class to class, and the students are responsible for cleaning up their own classroom. The teacher is a guest. They are responsible for making their classroom a livable space. I think that's a great idea, dude. I think that's a great idea. You like teach the students that they have ownership over their space, and it's a collective enterprise. Wait, how would we teach people easily without schools? You could just set up the schools in a way that's conducive to anarchist principles. Um, yeah, no, but that's the thing, LaQuabal. That would require, and that's my point, though, is that that would require a set space with authority figures, right? Otherwise, it's not going to work. So by definition, you need a school of some sort. There are different ways of doing schools, right? It doesn't always have to be the state, but there are ways you have to do it. All right. Okay, do we get my point here? All right. So let's I'm kind of ranting here. Okay, we get my point. All right, moving on. So we get the idea here. All right. I'm kind of rambling. I'm kind of going off. I have to pee, folks. Forgive me. Oh my God, I've been in a rambling mood today. I hope we're all enjoying ourselves. Been on a massive rambling mood. We haven't gotten through a single fucking video, have we? Because I just keep going on rants. It's fine. It's whatever. So I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go pee, and then I'll be right back. Okay, and then we'll do something fun. Okay, we might not do anything fun. I might start rambling again. I hope you're all learning shit. That is the purpose of this. Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
How do we close this
Thelonious Dunk, I swear to God, I see everything, Thelonious Dunk, for I am God. I am the God of the stream. So I see that comment you're making, Thelonious Dunk. I see that. Thelonious Dunk says, plot twist. Plot twist. He spends the next hour telling us why Hitler was possibly just misunderstood. I will remember that, Thelonious Dunk. I will remember that. Hello, folks. I'm back. Hi, guys. Hi. Look, the Palestine flag hasn't fallen down. Yay. Hi, Thelonious Dunk. How are you? Did you have a good time while I was in the bathroom, Thelonious Dunk? How about the rest of you? You have a great time? Anyway, I see a lot of complaints happening in the chat, and I think that's very rude and inconsiderate. I hate all of you. Druzilla's like, oh my God, the music's so loud. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I don't care. Whatever. I hate all of you. No, I wasn't. I hate all of you so much. Okay. Let's hand out some boops. Pet gone bad, you get nothing. You get nothing, Pet gone bad, because you said I deserted you. You get nothing. You understand me? Elevator lady gets a boop. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Invalid axiom gets a boop. Boop. Druzilla gets nothing. Nothing. Outer Signal, it's time for you to claim your throne. Return to the road to Empress. Oh my fucking God. I swear to God, Outer Signal, you and Jonas just won't stop with that, will you? You just don't know when to give up. I love that game, and we're going to be playing it. But you know what I can't do with it, Outer Signal? You know what I can't do with it? I can't play it on YouTube, okay? So right now, I'm on YouTube and Twitch. Do you want to get me copyrighted? Do you want me to get me copyrighted? Everyone, Jonas and Outer Signal want me to get a copyright strike on YouTube. That's what they want. Anyway. I'm just kidding. I love you. Eventually, I literally will play it. I will play it. We're going to play it more. I really like it. I know it's been a while. Okay. I'm eating some crackers. Just a cracker eating a cracker. Jonas says, I just want to see you rise to an empress. Oh, Jonas, I'm already an empress in my own way. Okay. Shall we go on? How dare you, Jay Williams? No, we're not going to play Life is Strange anymore. Now that Kate is dead, I feel like we've seen the best part of the game, and I don't want to play anymore. I'm glad Kate is dead. Anyway, so, oh yes, I'm sorry. I'm handing out more boops. You get a boop, a SoCal. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Pet Gone Bad gets nothing. Okay, Outer Signal gets a bonk. Bonk. You know what, Outer Signal? Putting it in parentheses doesn't make it any less rude, okay? So putting it in parentheses doesn't change it. Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. So let's see here. Anyone else want it? Jonas, you get nothing either. Okay, anyone else want something? Paleontology Dog gets a boop. Boop. Some Dumb gets a boop. Boop. Ninjester gets a boop. Boop. Goopertarian, you always earn a boop. Boop. Goopertarian gets 2 boops. Boop. There you go. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Idiot. I almost said idiot axiom. Oopsie. Oopsie. Big mistake there. Didn't mean to call you idiot axiom. Here, I'll give you a bonk. Bonk. Because I know you like that shit. Okay. Fine, Jonas. You get a boop from a distance. Boop. There you go. Okay. Chairman Bart gets a boop. Boop. SoCal, you get nothing else because you're being a rude little. Anyway. Almost used the F word there, SoCal. Okay, I'm joking. You know I'm joking, SoCal, dear God. Well, I'm allowed to say it, I think. Invalid axiom. Invalid axiom. Oh, yeah, baby. Give me more of them bonks. You disgust me, invalid axiom. Okay. Whatever, it's fine. Fascism. Thelonious Dunk. Bonk. I hate all of you. Okay. SoCal says I'm being a rude. I love you, SoCal. You know I'm joking. Okay. So, guys, anywhere, let's go on here. Let's go on. Okay, what the fuck should we watch? Let's find something. I hate you so much, bro. Let me see what we have to watch. I kind of want to watch something funny. Let's watch something funny. We need a little bit of a palate cleanser. I love the feeling of like, let's, having a nice palate cleansing thing in my mouth would be nice. Okay, so the one at the very bottom here. I know you all hate this. I know you all hate this. Alas, we're going to need to do a segment here. We're going to need to create a segment. So at the very bottom here, we have a local, early 80s commercial grab bag. So this was sent to us by Jay Williams. Let's do a Jay Williams segment. Now, I know Jonas is going to lose his mind and, basically, splooge all over the place when he hears we're doing this. I feel so gross saying that. I'm sorry. But let's watch a Jay Williams segment, okay? So Pet Gone Bad, of course. Pet Gone Bad. This is Pet Gone Bad's favorite segment. Okay. So, let's see what we have here. I know you're splooging, Sir Bart. Whatever. Okay. So let's see what Jay Williams has sent us. It's going to be a nightmare. It always is. But we need a little break, don't we? And I need to do some fucking gesturing. So instead of me rambling at you, instead of me rambling at all of you, at all kinds of shit. Okay, so let's watch this. This is called 1980s commercial grab bag. We'll just watch a little bit of this. I need my jester hat for this, for God's sake. Give me a fucking second. Okay. God damn it. Oh. Otherwise, it won't make much sense when people come in here and suddenly, okay. If this is from Jay again, I'm having a stroke in protest. Oh, really? Oh, in that case, it's definitely from Jay Loy. So anyway. So, let's go on here. Invalid axiom, I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God. Okay, let's watch this.
An important message from the makers of Tylenol.
You are all aware of recent tragic events in which extra-strength Tylenol capsules were criminally tampered.
Okay, seriously though, this was a very serious problem. Does anyone remember this shit? Does anyone remember this shit when there was all those Tylenols that were killing people? There was a bunch of people dying of Tylenol. It was a real thing. It was a real thing. There was all these people dying of taking Tylenol. To this day, we're still not really sure what happened. We're still not really sure what happened. Literally, I don't fully trust the whole story. I think it was probably Tylenol's fault. And the maker of Tylenol ended up getting in front of a camera and apologizing because their stocks dropped. This is a really interesting story, but let's watch. We'll see what it says.
With in limited areas after they left our factory. This act damages all of us. You, the American public, because you have made Tylenol a trusted part of your health care. And we who make Tylenol because we've worked hard to earn that trust.
Shut up.
We will now work even harder to keep it. We have voluntarily withdrawn all Tylenol capsules from the shelf. We will reintroduce capsules in tamper-resistant containers as quickly as possible.
It's a lame story. The story of the Tylenol thing, it's not lame at all, Gwen. It's a really interesting crime thing. Okay? It's a really super... We still don't fully know what happened. Now, there's a lot of it that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I believe it was cyanide. Wasn't it cyanide that was being put in some of the tablets? But it's okay. You know what? Thank you. Now we've established this, okay? So let's find a video about it. Okay? Tylenol. It'll be fun. Tylenol poisonings. I know a weird amount about it because I found it interesting when doing research. Because it's a very interesting story of corporate problems, corporation not being able to trust the Tylenol murders. That's what it's called. Let's see here. Tylenol murders. So to this day, I think it was probably Tylenol, the company's fault. Okay.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, the case was the center of a national.
By the way, to be clear, I don't know if this is going to be a good video, but it'll give you some background.
Circus.
We'll talk about it.
Some may even say frenzy.
Okay.
So typically, guys,
you're welcome to.
It's an interesting case. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Illinois is known for soybeans.
This guy is a skeptic. The other guy is kind of like a supernatural believer guy. Okay, so I don't think they're going to be talking. That honestly doesn't weird me that out. Weirdemorphous blob. 19 years old and 25-year-old isn't that much of a difference. I know maybe I sound weird, but a 6-year difference doesn't made that almost make you that almost made the company go bankrupt. Okay, because I know I don't want to have to watch this whole thing but I do want you guys to know it's a very interesting event. So like there was no tampering evidence on any of these bottles. They did see someone on video like touching one of the bottles. But he put it back, and it was just a guy kind of looking around. Then after they added the seals to the bottles, so then the company started adding seals to the bottles, thinking that someone was trying to put poison into the bottles. Yeah, exactly, Lois. So there probably was evidence they failed to find. I'm explaining here, guys, that there's some theories here that I think are interesting that have good evidence for them. But okay. And even so, after they added the sealing and stuff, they found more bottles. There were other bottles. They found bottles that had seals on them that had cyanide in them. Okay. So the question then became, who the fuck is doing this? Okay. Is there someone going around taking Tylenol tablets, putting fucking cyanide in them, closing them, and then resealing the bottle? Okay. And they actually ended up finding someone who probably did do some of this, but there wasn't really good evidence for it. But at the same time, guys, Tylenol went on a media campaign blitz because they were losing tons of money from this. And what's interesting is that they invited the coroner. They invited the coroner who was looked at the first bodies to come to their factory where they packaged the Tylenol and had him on camera. They didn't go into the factory, but they brought him into the factory and then had him come out in front of a camera and say, there's no way that the poisoning could have come from the factory. Now, what's weird about that is that how the fuck would a coroner, a coroner isn't going to know that from they're not an expert on industrial production and things like that. Later, another journalist went into the factory and found very close to the Tylenol big fucking containers of cyanide because they use cyanide as part of the product, okay, as part of the production process. So there was a lot of course, there was cyanide in the fucking production process that was used on these to make the Tylenol. So there is a lot of questions because the guy they ended up accusing of it, but that's unclear, LaCroix, because there was a guy who was pretty clearly probably also putting poison in Tylenol, but we don't know, but it doesn't make sense. So listen, all the evidence we have of this guy, so these were different Tylenols from a bunch of different factories and a bunch of different stores. We have no evidence of him traveling across state lines to go to these different stores to plant this. The timeline doesn't make sense. At the same time, how could it be Tylenol, the company, if it's multiple factories? It seems unlikely that there is someone purposely poisoning it from all these different factories, unless it's just a mistake in the production process. Okay? So it was a really weird thing, and there's a lot of interesting facts in regards to this, in regards to holding corporations accountable. The government trusted Tylenol implicitly, okay? The government barely investigated Tylenol at all. They just believed them at their word. It was only later investigations that looked deeper into the Tylenol's production process and things like that. So it's an interesting story, and it kind of shows you the mix of corporate power, government power, the interaction between local officials and governments and corporate entities, because they probably bribed that coroner to do that to make themselves look good and stuff. Like it's a mess. Anyway, so there was, Jonas. They did do a massive recall, but they were worried for their but they also said that it wasn't their fault at all. So they did a recall. By the way, another fun thing. You know how they talked about that they measured the Tylenol? They measured to see what Tylenol bottles had cyanide in them. Do you know who did those measurements? So the government, they basically demanded that they recall all the Tylenol and then find out how many of them have cyanide in them. Do you know who did those measurements? Yeah, Johnson & Johnson, the makers of Tylenol, did it. And they claimed that there were only the 5 bottles that people bought and then one more on the shelf. To this day, we don't know that. They could have easily hidden that it was a massive problem. And there were some there were some internal employees that we can't verify who came out and said, no, they found a lot more than they're letting on, but they destroyed those. And to be clear, guys, after they did this count, before they even released the results, they destroyed all the recalled Tylenols. They destroyed all of them before they could be recounted by an exterior agency. It's possible, Louise. I don't know. Okay. So it's just an interesting story. I recommend, guys, that you do. There's a great documentary on Netflix. It's called The Tylenol Murders, and it's like a 3-part thing, and it talks about it. Okay, Jonas, they got pharmaceutical company that specialize in generic medicine to research generic medication. And I know, Jonas. Got it? Okay, I recommend you watch about it. I don't want to go. I don't want to watch this whole thing, but okay. Yeah, exactly. No, I totally get it, Lois. So, and that's like, it's very like, and it's possible, Lois, so that the company, like, it wasn't part of the production process. It might have been that there was a worker that did it maliciously, and then the company covered it up so they wouldn't be blamed for it. Who knows? Who knows? But it's a really interesting story. Yeah, sure, Mayflower Kid. I would recommend you guys watch the Tylenol Murders here. All right, let me find it. So I'll send you the rest of the video if you want to watch it, but I do recommend you watch the documentary on Netflix. It's pretty well done, I got to tell you, from what I remember about it. Okay. Paste. There you guys go. All right. Let's go on, folks. Okay, this was
Would you ever run for office? Nope. That's the easiest question.
This is a short sent to us by Louise. We are, of course, all rooting for Count Binface. We're all rooting for Count Binface to defeat Nigel Farage. Okay. I don't know what the polls are right now, but okay. No problem, if
That's
nope.
No, I'm interested in politics, but have no interest in being a politician.
What about what's his name? Benny McBinface, Count Binface. That guy keeps
Count Binface. Yeah, I know Count Binface.
Do we like his platform?
I like his head.
For those who don't know, this is a guy who he kind of dressed like Star Wars and wears a trash can on his head, and he runs in every special election.
Yeah, he runs everywhere. He's every kind of by.
Really, Louise? There's 34 candidates in the by-election. That's hilarious.
Election. That he'll turn up, but normally there's a load of other politicians as well. But it does appear that
they should all unite together behind Count Binface
in this by-election in Clacton, which has been
Louise, that would be such an English outcome. Oh my God. If like they all rallied together to vote for the jester candidate, that'd be so funny. That'd be such like a British thing. To, like for the sake of the laws and just to smack Nigel Farage in the face, that everyone ends up voting for Ben. That would love that so much. It'd be like a living artistic comedy thing.
Completely manufactured by Nigel Farage to try and distract from
Really?
his murky
Jonas, I would
goings
love
on
that.
and his grifting.
I've said before, guys, that one of my favorite things about the UK generally is the comedy. There's sort of and I know I'm generalizing here, but there's a really good history of comedy and stuff in the UK, and like, but that'd be really fucking funny.
But it doesn't look like any of the other parties in our country are going to put up a politician to run against him. So it might be that Farage runs against Count Bimface, and if Count Bimface wins, that will be the greatest day in political history.
Really,
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Oh my God, if Count Binface beats Nigel Farage, I will laugh so hard. It would be so much better than Liz Truss and the lettuce or anything else that has happened.
It would be even better.
It would be
wonderful.
extraordinary. Would you ever run for office?
Yes, Leonis.
Nope. That's the easiest question you've asked.
Okay, that's pretty good. I do. Oh my God, I hope he wins. There you go, Maddie. Okay, let's see what else we have here, guys. Thank you for that, Louise. Lost commercials, grab bag. Oh my fucking God. Okay, let's watch this one. This was sent to us by Philly Cheese. Okay, I hate DaVita. I really fucking hate DaVita. Listen. Does anyone know what DaVita is? It is a company that does what is it called? What is it called? Mayflower Kid. What is it called when you basically clean a person's blood because their kidneys are not able to clean it for them? Dialysis. It is a company that does dialysis for people who have failing kidneys and stuff. And basically, guys, if you have failing kidneys and you cannot get a replacement kidney because there's not enough of them out there, you basically have to continuously go and get your blood, go put your blood through dialysis to clean up your blood for you since your body can't do it for you. And DaVita is a company that specializes in doing dialysis, but they make an enormous profit off of this. And they do a lot of things to try and force people to get stuck doing dialysis, because if you get stuck doing dialysis, you have to keep paying them for money. You have to keep paying them to do dialysis for you. And they like overcharge. They're horrific. Okay, so let's see what this is about. A CEO wants to run a healthcare like a Taco Bell, but hear how his patients are doing.
Is the future of healthcare. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the future of healthcare. If I was confused, it's because, according to the former CEO, they have the same business model.
If I had 1,400 Taco Bells.
Why the fuck do we allow this in this country? Why the fuck do we allow a fucking healthcare company to do profit off of people's health like that?
And 32,000 people who worked in them. I would be doing all the same
Capitalism
stuff.
is barbaric.
You may not have heard of DaVita, but they're everywhere, along with their biggest competitor, Fresenius. They're the biggest players in the dialysis market, which you may not know.
A dialysis market? Like, that's fucking lunacy that there even is a market for dialysis. What the fuck are we doing?
Particularly care about, but you should, because more than likely, you have a kidney inside of you right now. And nearly 750,000 people a year experience kidney failure, while over 500,000 Americans are currently receiving the only treatment for kidney failure besides a transplant, dialysis. But taking a look at how the free market ran wild on just this one organ, the human body.
I know we do, Jonas. We have a fucking oncology market. We have a dialysis market. We have a heart health market. We have a penis pills market. Like, we have fucking market for, God.
Can give us some insight.
We have a private military market.
To the future of American healthcare.
They're doing a lot of things that you might encourage a fast food restaurant to do, like get a lot of patients through the facility each day.
Doug, capitalism is superior, duh. Oh my God, Doug, I hate you.
Cut back on wages, cut back on costs. Turns out the kidneys are a little different than a Crunchwrap Supreme.
Yeah, no shit.
I was scared because at that point was when I realized I can die on the chair.
I know, Liza.
And I won't even know it.
This is Carmen. Because Carmen's kidneys didn't work properly, she needed to show up to dialysis several times a week just to stay alive.
Yeah,
For
oh my God.
over a decade, Carmen showed up week after week so a machine could do what her kidneys couldn't, clean her blood. And for most of that time, the clinic performing that life-saving service was a DaVita.
I knew someone who worked at a DaVita, and they have horror stories.
Carmen had witnessed the kind of cost-cutting and decline in quality many of us have witnessed in retail, food, and furniture.
In 14 years, the quality of care diminished to the point where patients were having to suffer needlessly.
They cut back on cleaning costs, leaving bloodstains on the floor and chairs. They took away the numbing medication Carmen used. The needle sticks are incredibly painful. But one of the most alarming trends is short staffing, asking nurses and dialysis technicians to do more and more. You may think of dialysis as something like a gentle
imagine
blood draw.
For the sake of saving, to make more profit, you cut down your medical staff so there's like not enough people to monitor the patients who need someone to monitor them while they're going through dialysis with something that can kill them. Don't you love capitalism? Don't you love it? Who the fuck cares about your lives, right? No one here. No, it's just about the money. Wait till I tell you guys about the comment that someone on Discord, someone named Spade, sent me a message they saw on Twitter from someone arguing that we need private healthcare. It's so fucking stupid. I'll show you in a second.
But it's more like an all-out assault on your body. Patients describe passing out, losing dangerous amounts of blood, nausea, vomiting, blood pressure spikes. Is this just a normal part of dialysis?
High speed, short treatment time, high ultrafiltration rate dialysis causes cardiac disease, plummeting blood pressure, horrible quality of life.
This is journalist Tom Muller, who spent 5 years talking to over 100 patients, workers, and kidney doctors to blow the lid on this industry. It is, and I'm not exaggerating, the most horrifying thing I've read in years. And I asked him, what happens when you do this kind of high-speed dialysis with not enough staff?
I've talked with Magellan Hanford, who's a former LAPD officer who retrained as a dialysis nurse.
I don't know much about it.
At times, as a nurse, he had 17 patients that he was responsible for.
Like impossible.
And his description of the day at the office.
By the way, can we pay nurses more too? I mean, Jesus Christ. Can we pay teachers more? Can we pay nurses more? By the way, you can thank migrants for the reason like so many people are alive, because there are a lot of migrants who become nurses, because nursing is not an easy job. And a lot of times it's migrants who are willing to take that job. Men and women, by the way, mainly women, but a lot of men do it too. I have a friend who's from Morocco who came to the United States and is now a nurse. Anyway, nurses deserve more. They do some really tough work. Oftentimes, nurses are massively disrespected too. Yeah, also, exactly, Maddie. Also pay CNAs way more. Okay, also pay CNAs way more. But they're like, nurses are massively disrespected a lot of the time. If anyone has ever heard of like what it's like to work in an ER as a nurse, you will be treated like shit. Okay, you will be treated like shit. Occasionally, there will be people who are mean to you, like you're trying to help them, and they'll treat you like crap. Okay, so we need to do better by our nurses, our CNAs, our teachers.
It was like working in a MASH unit in a war zone. It was, someone's cramping here, someone's coding here, running from place to place. Mm-hmm. More than once, he described having to put a deceased patient under a sheet and continue treating everyone else because there was just no other option.
So fucking
You're just sitting there waiting.
Everyone needs to watch the series. Someone remind me what it's called. The series about the Philadelphia hospital. What is it called? I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, geez. We used to talk about it a lot as a community. The Pit. Thank you, Invalid Axiom. Everyone needs to watch The Pit at least once. It's a really good show that shows you what it's like to work in these hospitals. Like, he got Thelonious stuck. Okay.
To see what emergency is going to happen, I've bled out. And while I'm bleeding out, there's a person across from me that is alarming. Who are they going to help first?
And it's not just DaVita. For the story, I spoke to Fresenius workers across California who all described the same kind of nightmare scenarios Carmen experienced at DaVita.
Over the years, I believe it went from, care over profit to very quickly profit over care.
It was always profit over care.
To get as many patients as they can with.
There you go, Oxpecker. Oxpecker, thank you for backing up what I'm saying here. Oxpecker says, Mom was a trauma nurse for 20 years, works in transplants, giving instructions to people that are usually fucking idiots. The Pit is the only medical show she likes. Yes, that's what I've heard too, Oxpecker. It's like one of the best shows for accurately showing what it's like to work in like an ER in a hospital as a nurse and as a doctor. Louise, oh, no, that's not selfish at all, LaQuable. Yeah, paralegals need to be paid more too, because they're basically like labor used by lawyers a lot of the time, and they get exploited. So absolutely, we need to pay our paralegals more, pay public defenders more. Louise, I'm still trying to finish season 2 at the moment. It makes me think of ER and Nurse Jackie had a baby. The Pit would be it. Aw, that's a good point. Sir Bart, when the whole system is based off profits, it's always profits first. Of course. Mayflower Kid, I can't stand watching most medical shows. Well, Mayflower Kid, I don't blame you, especially since you've been involved in it. Like, you've been in healthcare and stuff. I'm sure I can guess why. Maddie, both of my parents are nurses. My dad said the closest any show that gets somewhat close that he could watch was Scrubs. Interesting, Maddie Holmes. Okay. Doug, 446 international teachers hold active certificates to teach in South Dakota schools, or roughly 4%. Yeah, there's a lot.
The least amount of staffing and hoping that nothing happens.
On a bad day, you can get up to 7, 8, 9 patients with one technician.
A manager told one of my coworkers, we were complaining because we were short-staffed that weekend and nobody came to help and oh, well, nobody died. That was the response.
Jesus Christ.
One of the nightmare scenarios of dialysis is the patient is hooked to the machine, they go to sleep, the needle dislodges, and the alarm doesn't sound, and they bled out. That is something that I've heard in my reporting numerous times.
My worst experience on dialysis was one of the times when I passed out. When I came to, I had no idea that had happened to me. And I was scared. At that point was when I realized.
Show. You have like a waterfall of blood pouring out of your arm, but because they're trying to profit, they don't even give a fuck and they don't even see it. Like, what the fuck? What are they even there for then? Like, what the fuck? Why don't they?
I can die on the chair. And I won't even know it.
If they're understaffed, you don't have someone watching you every minute. So bad things happen in a short time.
One of the ladies that I used to ride transport with, I saw her walking to the scale, really wobbly and shaking.
Yes,
nobody was around to help her or able to help her because they were running short-staffed that day like usual. So while normally they will escort you to the scale, that was not the case that day. At the scale, she fell.
I don't know.
And then next thing you know, the ambulance people are rushing in and they're putting her in. And they covered her head when they took her out.
If I had 1,400 Taco Bells, I would be doing all the same stuff.
You have patients on an assembly line, crammed in as rapidly as possible and as many shifts as possible.
To be clear, guys, we've developed a system in this country that incentivizes sociopathy. You will do better in the American economic system if you're a fucking sociopath. It promotes sociopaths. It sifts through people to let the sociopaths rise to the top. And it is profitable to be a sociopath, right? Like, literally, I love the idea of meritocracy, that like only the best rise to the top, the hardest workers, the ones that are the most clever and shit like that. No, it's the ones who are the most sociopathic that rise to the top. Let's be honest with ourselves. By the way, if you think I'm exaggerating, there have been psychological studies of CEOs that showed that a large percentage, like a majority of CEOs, have traits that are identifiable with antisocial personality disorder, which is sociopathy. So we literally, God bless America. We've created a system where it is merited to be a sociopath, okay? That sounds like a workable system. Jonas, I'd argue that capitalism incentivizes sociopathy. Of course it does. Absolutely does, Jonas. People don't matter. You know, as a matter of fact, feeling too much sympathy is a weakness, right? Because you need to make profit, maximize profits, maximize profits. Okay? We did Jonas, oh, I'm sorry, Lacroix, yeah, we did used to shun those people. Those were the people who would have been exiled from the tribe, okay? But not anymore. There you go, Thelonious Dunk. There you go. Okay. Jonas, do whatever you need to do to succeed. Yeah, like that's what it is. Pet gone bad. Our system turns good people into bad people and bad people into monsters. Yeah. Um, it is like a giant factory for bad people. Okay, like it can make people who are normally good have to do bad things in order to succeed financially. Oxpecker, she also thinks that Trump's cognitive decline truly started in Butler, PA, when he almost got shot in the face. She thinks he had a stroke shortly after due to shock, and a lot of his extra ridiculous behavior demonstrated side effects. He never released a medical report of that day. That's interesting, Oxpecker. Interesting. Invalid axiom: no circling the wagons against sociopaths anymore. Now the sociopaths are the ones circling the wagons. No, and invalid axiom. That's almost exactly correct. Okay, I know you're joking, but the elites, the CEOs and stuff have effectively created for themselves a giant gated community, metaphorically and literally. Okay, fair and valid axiom, because they live in a different spaces than we do. A lot of them know each other. They go to the same kind of meetings and they work on the same corporate boards. They don't even interact with us. They've literally created like this separate gated subsection of society where they don't even have to care about the effects of their actions because they're not affected by them. So they can freely be sociopaths and they can crush the rest of us while they get rich and sit around not having to see the effects of that. Okay?
To make the facility more profitable.
But even when you're trying to run dialysis like an assembly line, things happen. A patient's ride drops them off late. An emergency happens. And to catch up,
Jonas, I remember having a coworker that made it a point to reduce opportunities for someone he knew was growing early in his career because he'd rather maximize what he could gain. Yes, exactly. It's dumb. And then we're taught that it's that you're not working hard enough. If you're not, the way to rise up is to work more hours, to get more education. It doesn't fucking matter. I mean, a lot of the times it doesn't matter. Sometimes it does. But it's this, like, the system is the problem. And you're more likely to get a position if you know someone than whether if you're competent or not. By the way, it is literally the case that you get as you rise up in a corporation, okay, one of the reasons you get paid more is because they have to be able to convince you to be an asshole. You get bribed to be an asshole, to be cruel to your fellow human being. A lot of people can't really stomach doing that. Most people, I would say, most people would have trouble doing that. So they need to incentivize being a monster so you get a nice paycheck if you're like a CEO. Okay, now there's much more to CEO pay than that, but that is definitely one of the things is that they try to offset the moral cost of what you're doing by bribing you with money.
Has to cut their dialysis time short. But here's the problem. The doctor has prescribed a certain amount of time for each patient to sit in a chair with a certain amount of blood being pushed.
Jonas said, I had a manager also tell me I was the most profitable person in the team. All I could think was, why didn't you give me the pay raise I wanted? Oh, but Jonas, I bet they gave you a pizza party or something. Okay, I'm just kidding. But I know, Jonas, I know. And like, what's funny too, Jonas, is, come on, I know I guys like keep interrupting the video. Who here has ever worked at a company that like treats you like children and like gives you little prizes and shit, or like has a company party or like a pizza party? Oh, great, you met the sales quota. Here's a fucking pizza party. Or, I brought in cupcakes for everyone today. This is your reward for making us millions of dollars in profit. They will literally do like these infantilizing things. They will do anything they can rather than just raise your wages, right? They will do these cute little bribes, these little things that are supposed to make you feel like you're appreciated, but they will never actually give you more money, right? Rarely.
In and out of their system. If I need 5 hours of dialysis and I'm only getting 4, it's not cleaning my blood as much as it should. Toxins can build up in my bloodstream, making me sick.
One of the most unambiguous findings.
Yeah, peck on bad. I hate that fucking phrase. And you know it, peck on bad. You know what I'm talking about. Peck on bad says, we like to think we're one big happy family here. Oh my God. All I imagine when I hear that is like some like Stepford Wife type character. You know that movie? With a big smile. We're like a big happy family here. And then they're holding like a bloody machete in their hand or something. Like it's fucking dystopian and weird. Okay? Jonas, I got to spin a wheel and receive a smartwatch. Oh, great, great. Wow. God damn it. Ugh.
Of medical research and dialysis over the last 30 years is that shortened treatment times,
Literally, Doug, I got to tell you, and Doug, that's fine. That sounds kind of fun. If you got paid for it or something, that's great. Like a company potluck. I would get in trouble sometimes when I was a teacher, folks, because there was one thing. I was a good teacher. I'm going to tell you that. I'm going to be arrogant. I'm going to tell you I was a good teacher, okay? But I refused to go to a fucking Christmas party or like to some fucking bar, like go after work to a bar with other staff. I am not going to fucking waste my time doing these fake community like employee get-togethers and shit. Like I just, and that was a public institution. And I'm like, no, I value my time. I'm not going to do anything fucking unpaid for you people. Forgive me. I mean, I'm friends with some of you, but I'm not going to go and do that shit. And I would sometimes get like a talking to by well, this happened twice. The principal would be like, why don't you come to the get-togethers? And like it was implied and there was pressure put on me. You should come to the get-togethers. Come to the get-togethers. I'm like, why? I'm not being paid for this shit. Okay? Like you don't okay. And it's worse when you do it at private companies where like there's this social pressure to go to these stupid things when you have time off. Guys, that is still work. They do that to build camaraderie so you're more efficient at doing production while you're working. They're getting around it by claiming it's like downtime or fun time. No, they're building connections to make you more efficient and then not paying you for it. Anyway, yeah, Sir Bart. I used to get laughed at for not going out to the pub after every shift, but sorry, but a free pint isn't going to fix my back pain. Yeah, Sir Bart, God. Jonas, I remember going to a bar after work, having one of the doctors pissed off that someone brought their husband. Why? Directors. Why? Because they're so profit focused. Okay. Oxpecker, the usual alternative that's less unethical but still morally impaired is people that aren't as incentivized to be an asshole as much as they are to capitalize on masochistic traits, which is less unethical, but is still morally impaired is people that aren't as incentivized to be an asshole as much as they are to capitalize on masochistic traits. I'm not sure what you mean, Oxpecker. Forgive me. Maybe that's just too smart for me. I'm not sure what you mean, but let's keep listening to this.
Lives. It's very straightforward.
Now, if a patient wants to cut their dialysis time short, they need to sign something called an AMA, a document basically saying you want to do this against medical advice. But at DaVita and Fresenius, it's not always willing.
We would ask the patient to sign an AMA, even though it's not the patient's fault. But we have a schedule to keep with the next patient.
That's the fast food model of healthcare, where the chains want patients on that machine for 3 to 4 hours.
This is economist Ryan McDevitt, who studied the business of dialysis extensively.
If a patient needs to be on the machine longer today, but they have another patient supposed to come in for their session where they're going to get another reimbursement, they don't want to adjust the schedule to accommodate that patient who needs a more personalized type of care.
But here's the problem. If you want one of the limited kidneys available for transplant, disregarding a doctor's order looks really bad. One DaVita patient I spoke to claimed she was turned down for a kidney transplant, in part because of these AMAs on her medical record. A kidney transplant means not being trapped in a chair for hours a week, it means living longer. But transplant organizations don't want to give kidneys to people that they feel won't follow a doctor's orders. Another problem in the dialysis industry is that the very system designed by Medicare to keep clinics accountable has been gamed by DeVita and Fresenius.
They have an incentive to push out patients who are going to harm their scores. And so most glaring aspect of this is when a patient is kicked out of the facility. And they'll find different nefarious ways to do that. We've heard anecdotes where they'll trump up charges on a patient, say they've been disruptive or they threaten staff. But what it does is help them look better on the report cards. And that's important because if they fall short, they will lose 2% of their Medicare reimbursements.
Another glaring example of juicing their scores involves ambulances. When a patient gets sent to the hospital from the clinic, it's a sign something has gone wrong. And so it hurts your score.
My blood pressure shot sky high. I mean, really high. I'm like, shouldn't we be calling the ambulance? They're like, no, we're gonna get it down. We'll get it down. We'll get it down. I'm thinking if you don't get me to the hospital, I'm gonna have a damn stroke. I never got an ambulance until
Jesus. Are you here, Philly Cheese?
Put my foot down. And I said, either you call an ambulance or I will, because I really don't give a damn about DeVita's numbers.
I've actually heard an incredibly similar story from another patient at an entirely different DeVita location. Allegedly, a man was repeatedly fainting while another patient pleaded with staff to call an ambulance.
Whenever there's $1 at stake, the for-profit chains do everything they can to chase that dollar, even if it comes at the expense of patient care.
Now, if you're wondering why these patients just can't go to another company for dialysis instead of the
sir,
emergency
I'm actually going to talk about that in a second.
room, well, DeVita and Fresenius have been on a buying spree. And Ryan McDevitt studied what happens when they buy up other clinics.
We use this quirk in Medicare data where we could look at the same facility, same patients, before and after DeVita and Fresenius took over. Hospitalization rates went up by about 6%, death rates go up 3%, and most alarming, transplant rates for the patients during their first year of dialysis fell by almost 10%.
Now you think, well, why would that be? It seems to me that if you want to maintain your cash flow, you don't let people off dialysis. That sounds a bit sinister, but it just is a matter of incentives.
More alarming is that when patients do push back and advocate for themselves, the consequences are sometimes dire.
In my experience as a reporter, patients who speak out about their rights, patients who are a little bit difficult, patients who don't agree immediately to be passive subjects of care, are quite often targeted for intimidation and sometimes pushed out of their clinics. When you're pushed out of a clinic as a dialysis patient, your lifeline is cut.
This fear has been a consistent through line in the history of dialysis. In fact, 25 years ago, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley held a hearing on dialysis and couldn't find many patients willing to go public. He expressed his frustration by saying, they must dialyze to live. That fact alone has discouraged many patients interviewed by this committee from coming forward today to publicly testify.
Quite often, because you've been discharged, you're not accepted at other clinics. You're blackballed in the area where you live. So your last resort is the emergency room, but emergency rooms aren't set up for chronic care. So they don't actually treat you until your blood is so toxic, your whole physiology is so messed up that you're about to die. Of course, this yo-yo effect on the human body is disastrous and leads to, rapid demise.
DeVita and Fresenius collectively today own about 80% of facilities across the country. They've systematically gone and bought up over 1,000 independent clinics.
I love that we have a system run by private tyrants who can do whatever the fuck they want, no matter how good it is for people or bad it is for people, right? It basically all these private little dictators. So democratic. I love, there was a joke that I think it was Benjamin Franklin made during the American Revolution. And he was referring to democracy, but it also applies to fucking capitalism, okay? Where he said that we're trading one tyrant 4,000 miles away for 10,000 tyrants 1 mile away. And there's actually a lot of reality to that. Capitalism is where you have 10,000 tyrants 1 mile away, right? Having a king, though, would have like one tyrant 1,000 miles away. Anyway, but it's having a bunch of tyrants who all can do whatever the fuck they want with very little government interference for the sake of their own benefit and not care about anyone else.
Ryan alleges, is by bribing kidney doctors.
They're paying kickbacks to nephrologists to get them to refer more patients to the facility. So DaVita and Fresenius have collectively paid over $1 billion in settlements and fines over the past decade or so. They view it as a cost of doing business. For them, it's like paying their rent or paying employees.
With their duopoly cemented, DaVita and Fresenius have been able to aggressively enshittify dialysis with no repercussions. Sam and Manny have been organizing with United Healthcare workers to fight for better pay and more staffing at Fresenius and DaVita. Manny alleges Fresenius has been retaliating against workers involved in unionizing. Carmen is lucky. She got a kidney transplant, but she is still fighting for better working conditions for the dialysis workers that kept her alive.
They take care of us. They're responsible for my kidney. My brand new kidney is going to be 2 years old tomorrow.
If you have kidney failure in the United States, you're worse off than almost anywhere in the developed world.
Patients in America die sooner than anywhere else in the developed world. They have a 20% annual mortality rate. Compare that to Europe, which is 12 to 15. Compare that to Japan, which is 6%. It's radically, radically different. So American patients die 2 to 3 times faster.
The dialysis industry strongly objects.
Guys, we're the best country on earth, right? Land of the free. Yeah, totally. I can't wait to be free from my life. I'm going to be free from this mortal coil pretty soon. We also go around dropping freedom bombs on other countries. Great. Love this country. God bless America. Right, Peck on bad? Jesus Christ.
The way Tom characterized their business in his book. They did so through lawyers.
I sent some of the stronger statements to the major dialysis companies. And some didn't answer, but others, via their lawyers, wrote back and said basically I was full of shit. I was completely wrong about everything. And to me and to my publisher, that was an attempt to block publication of the book. They didn't say it in so many words, but they suggested this was libelous.
In 2019, before Ryan McDevitt's damning publication about dialysis chains, the editors of that journal received a lengthy email from a DaVita executive. It includes a laundry list of complaints that, if true, would likely have gotten the paper retracted, according to McDevitt. After he and his co-authors responded, an editor called the complaints silly and confused. The DaVita and Fresenius model are not unique to dialysis. They just have the perfect set of customers. People who need to show up 3 times a week or die in short order. But hospitals, doctors' offices, pharmacies, even veterinary clinics are being consolidated in similar ways.
That's one of the few things that everybody can agree on, right, left, and center, is that our healthcare system is broken. And dialysis is just sort of the worst case scenario.
I mean, we have all known that.
What can happen when you totally focus on profits and on Wall Street and turn the other cheek to human harm.
The model is the same. Buy up local businesses and aggressively cut costs.
Guys, that's literally capitalism. I don't know what to tell you. They make it sound like it's some sort of weird special model. That's fucking capitalism. That's what capitalism is. It's aggressive purchasing and like trying to monopolize and crap like that. That's what that is.
To be this way. Nearly every other country.
It's not an aggressive strategy. It's a reality. That's what capitalism is.
In the world.
If DaVita wasn't doing it, there'd be another dialysis company doing it, and they'd eventually be eating up DaVita. DaVita almost. Here's the thing. Here's a problem, guys. So we like to blame individual companies for this shit. And yeah, we should because they're monstrous. But there is an incentive to do this for these companies because we allow them to do it. And because of how we've set up things, if they don't do it, their competitor might do it. And then they might be destroyed by their competitor. So it's almost like it's a race to the bottom. Whoever can be the most aggressive, cruel, and take the most profit will be the one that succeeds. And if they try to moderate themselves, they'll probably be destroyed by someone who's more aggressive. Do you see what I mean? Okay, like we've created a system like that.
Let's figure this out. Thank you so much for watching.
Yes, literally outer signal. They have a fiduciary responsibility to destroy society if it means profits. That is 100% true. It's actually legal. They are legally obligated to care only about profits. Let me show you guys something. So there is a member of our community who sent this to me, but it's the only, I hate it, Jonas. I hate it so much. God, Jonas says the only system that works. So this was a member of our community named Spade. Thank you, Spade, for sending this to me. I don't know if you're here, Spade. Thank you, Doug, D-U-G. Okay, sent this to me. This was a response to a message. So Spade was on Twitter. I know it's Twitter, but I wanted to talk about this. I've heard people say things like this. This Spade was on Twitter, and some person, I'm not going to tell you what community he came from, but some person on the internet, they were talking about universal health care and socialized health care. And this moron comes in and says this. Another one of my favorite ironies. A health insurance executive was killed by a cartridge with "deny" written on it by an advocate of socialized medicine. But denying coverage is the most important thing socialized medicine will do. A doctor is incentivized to charge you for procedures, and if we all share the cost of every procedure or test, it is in our collective interest that you be denied unnecessary care. That rationing function is the chief cost control mechanism the entire society will rely upon to keep socialized medicine from collapsing. But a capitalist was doing the same thing Medicare for all, same thing Medicare for all does for taxpayers. Will do for taxpayers, for his policyholders and shareholders, and people think he deserved to die for it. In other places, that's just a state official getting shot for the same reason. Okay. I literally have heard this argument before. That's why I'm sharing with you guys. That, like, well, it's the same fucking thing that denying coverage is the most important thing that socialized medicine will do. That is simply factually wrong. This guy is an idiot, and he thinks he's so fucking smart, and it drives me crazy. So, to be clear here, let's break this down so that if you guys ever need to argue with people, if you guys never need to argue with people about this, you know how to, okay? First of all, regardless of whether this is true or not, okay? So first of all, it's wrong. Second of all, let's pretend that we don't know if it's wrong. This idea that it's like worse, that government healthcare promotes rationing and things like that. If you look flatly at the data, universal healthcare systems in countries that are financially comparable to the United States have higher quality care, higher life expectancies, and are healthier. So let's say it is true. If let's say what he's saying is true, that that denying coverage is what socialized systems do, which they don't. But let's say that's true. It certainly doesn't seem to be having a bad effect because those systems still have longer life expectancies, have happier people, and that are healthier. Okay, so first of all, from the bat, it's a bullshit argument. Okay. Second of all, the idea that denying coverage is the most important thing socialized medicine will do is completely misunderstanding how these systems work. Okay, completely misunderstanding how these systems work. If you, when you have a socialized healthcare system, there's a few things that can happen. The big thing that happens is this. It isn't typically the case that you have an incentive to deny care because guess what? It's run by the government. So there are legal requirements. You cannot just start denying care. There are incentives to give care because if you start denying care and you do it unfairly, you might face jail time. So there are literally incentives other than like denying care. So he doesn't even understand incentives. There's also the fact, guys, that it is true that governments have an incentive to reduce healthcare costs under a socialist system, just like corporations do, but not in the same way. Regardless, you know what that typically results in a socialized healthcare system? The government starts spending a lot of money on preventative care, building bicycle paths, having more national parks, doing early education about physical stuff, doing more regulations on food to make it healthier so that they don't have to pay, so that the government doesn't have to pay as much for healthcare later on. And that's a good thing. You want the government to be incentivized to do preventative care, to reduce costs and to make people healthier. It's a good incentive, okay? So it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. Okay, and so to be very clear, right? And yeah, I will say, guys, that there are sometimes in a socialized system, it is possible that that there are some socialized systems that do rationing if you have a chronic disease. And for example, if you are like bedridden and you're in a coma and it's costing thousands upon thousands of dollars year after year after year, there sometimes will be rationing where they will say, okay, after a certain amount of time, we're going to pull the plug. We don't, and those are very rare occasions, but honestly, that's great. Do it. It's weird in America that because of profits and things like that, we do keep people alive for like way beyond what, their natural life. What I mean by that is that there are like people who are like in comas will be kept alive for months, if not years, when they're never going to wake up because the person can afford to pay for it. Which, by the way, keeps a bed not open for someone else. I know this sounds dark, but I'm okay with the government being like, hey, we have to let them go. Okay. Like, we can't, they're not coming back. And I feel like, okay, there are, regardless, these systems are much healthier, they're, it's better. They're better. And it's not true that there's an incentive to cut care. Exactly, outer signal. Curing illnesses and allowing people a dignified death are not profitable business plans. Correct. And by the way, in a lot of socialized systems, there are provisions for providing at-home care. So you could literally provide like at-home care. So if you you can have like a nurse that the government will pay for to go to your house and care for you, doing palliative care during your last days. And you don't have to worry about bankrupting your family, and your family doesn't have to worry. Um, and so you say, hey, everyone, I'm very in favor of euthanasia. So let's put it this way, Louise. I am in favor of assisted suicide, basically, or euthanasia when a person is never going to recover and they're no longer cognizant of their surroundings, right? Because I don't believe in a soul. So, like, if your brain is gone, there's not really a reason to keep you around. I know that sounds dark, but I feel like there's also religion kind of biases people in this way. If you think there's a soul, you're going to be like, we got to keep them alive, even if their brain isn't working anymore. No, they don't have they, they're gone. They're just a flesh. They're just a pack of flesh. Okay. Anyway, Vale and Tech. Hey, everyone, just popped in. What's the current topic? We are talking about healthcare. All right. And how fucked up it is. Jonas, it's similar to transport industry. The reason the U.S. trains are so backwards is because it doesn't have an instant financial return. It's low profit. Yeah. And Jonas, there's an incentive for companies to work against building public transit because then people won't go to their rail lines. Okay. So yeah, trains do help people massively. And that's, guys, the word socialism implies that what matters is society. Okay. Now that's not necessarily where it comes from, but it's a good to remember. Socialism is about what is best for people in society. Capitalism is about what is best for capital, which are the people who own the businesses and have the money. So yeah, we need to do things that are more society focused and are better for everyone and make everything better in the long run. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Doug. What is it? What's the good news that's healthcare related? All right. Sioux Falls. So a billionaire just died. Oh, what a shame. Sioux Falls. So this will be interesting, actually. So Doug just sent us. Apparently, there is a dead billionaire. Oh, we're all going to cry tears, I'm sure. I'm very sad for him. Oh, what a shame. Everyone be sad. Okay. If you don't, I'm going to be like a liberal. You better be fucking sad. You better be sad. If you're not sad, I'm going to say you're evil and you're a murderer. Be sad. Okay, there. I'm being CNN. Okay, anyway. So let's see here. He had a wife and kids. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm sure he did. Okay, I'm sure he did. I know you are, Vale Antec. I'm so glad you're back, Vale Antec. Okay. So, oh, God damn it. I'm not going to be able to read this, Doug. I don't have access to it. Whatever the case, he's dead. What a shame. I'm sure we're all very sad about that. He was a job creator. I hate that so much, fucking Jonas. I fucking hate that, Jonas. I fucking hate that. Okay. Jesus. Okay. So God fucking this country we live in. By the way, when you have a capitalist healthcare system, the capitalist isn't trying to provide care. They're trying to make profit. So they're going to do everything they can to provide you as little care as possible so they can keep as much profit as possible. Obviously. I condom all violent and hilarious. Okay. He was a major contributor to Midwest healthcare infrastructure, so he's a murderer. So that's great. I feel so sad that he's gone. Okay. All right. Isn't that great? Looks like I lost a lot of my viewers, didn't I? Jesus, this is what I get. Let's see who we have. I just want to see who we have here. We'll move on to something else. How's everyone doing, by the way? How's everyone doing? Vale and Tech, come over to Twitch. I demand you come over to Twitch. I'll put a Twitch link if you don't. Have you ever been to Twitch? I demand you come over to Twitch. I demand it, or I shall ban you forever. I'm just kidding. Let me see who we have here. We got Comic Girl. Hello, Comic Girl. Couch Potato's here. Hello, Couch Potato. You haven't said hi to me as much, Couch Potato. Why do you hate me? Couch Potato, why aren't you saying hi to me anymore? It makes me sad. Salam, Couch Potato. I always liked when you came in and said salam. It made me happy. Yeah, damn right, Vale and Tech. Come over to Twitch. I'm going to force you to do it. Okay. Hello, Paleontology Dog. Hello, Rotten Touch. Hello, Space Bagworm. You guys don't have to reply. I just like saying hi to people. I like embarrassing people who are in the background. Okay. Not really. I just like saying hi to you guys. Okay. I think, did I miss anyone? Hello, Erna Turga, forgive me. Erna Nertugo. You've been in here before. Glad to see you here. Okay. So anyway, some of you are regulars, etc. But okay, going back. How's everyone doing? This is what I'm going to do, guys. So we don't have many people on YouTube right now. We only have 5, which is strange. Normally we have like 16, 17. Maybe it's because it's near the end of the stream or whatever. Do we have people over? Is everyone from? Oh, that's okay, Vale. You can stay on YouTube. You can stay on YouTube. I was just about to maybe just move over to Twitch for now. Okay, I was thinking about just moving over to Twitch so that we could I could show some stuff that I can't normally show. But actually, there's some other things I can show. Let me find them. All right. Let me find some stuff to watch. Oh my God, Jonas, what did you send me?
Welcome to the Epstein Experience featuring J.D. Vance. The vice president has in the Epstein files in order to believe what they're trying to.
Okay, I'm curious about what this is about. Let's watch this. This was sent to us by Jonas. I know, me too, Jonas. I'm surprised that the Palestinian flag hasn't made more of them come in here. I have noticed, folks, I have noticed, guys, that YouTube has been limiting my reach. This is one of the reasons why I liked moving to Twitch more, because YouTube has been limiting my reach. Whenever, at the beginning of my streams, when I haven't said anything, I have a lot more people, and then by the end, there's practically no one because it stopped showing me to people on the internet. And I think it's because of what I talk about. I think they kind of suppress it because I talk about stuff that makes people uncomfortable. That's my theory. I know other people have had the same experience. So, like right now, there's only 4 or 5 people on Twitch. At the beginning, there was 16. Anyway, so that's okay, Vale and Tech. Okay, love having you here, Vale. Hope everything's going well. Hello, Matt Saigai. How are you doing? So let's watch this. Matt Saigai, look, I have a Palestinian flag now. Ooh, Palestine. Thank you, Elevator Lady. So let's watch some of this. This is sent to us by Jonas. It's called The Epstein Experience. I don't know what it's about, but we will find out. Okay? We will find out.
Welcome to the Epstein Experience featuring J.D. Vance. The vice president has gone on the world's largest.
Don't tell anyone he's from Ohio.
Podcast to slip
that
us
was
some
sent to me by Elevator Lady, Matt Saigai.
Propaganda. They're hoping you won't notice because the cover-up, that was 6 months ago. Now, the rewrite has started. I hope you've forgotten some of those details because you're going to need to misremember everything in the Epstein files in order to believe what they're trying to sell us. And so you got to be careful of the podcast these days. The times have changed. It's no longer bros talking. All these powerful people who used to go try to spin stuff on cable TV have now realized this is the new place to sell your propaganda. It's not on cable TV.
Listen, well, God, it's so embarrassing. Did I tell you guys, being from Ohio, did I tell you what happened with Abdul al-Sayed? Okay, Abdul Sayed, literally, He was talking on a show yesterday, a couple days ago, and he literally said he hates Ohio. He's like, I hate Ohio. They have a terrible governor. I really can't stand Ohio. He was saying that because there is a rivalry between Ohio and Michigan. So he's appealing to his base, but I'm like, no, El Sayed, I love you. Come say hi to me. Why do you hate Ohio so much? So yeah, El Sayed hates Ohio. And I don't blame him, really. I know, but it made me sad because I want him to come visit so I can find him on Grindr. Anyway, but that'd be lovely.
Nobody's there. It's on the Joe Rogan Experience. You got to be skeptical of all these guys who go on the show.
Felonious. They're both cesspools. Let's be honest. All right. One thing, guys. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go close the door. All right. Woo. Let's keep watching. Let's see. I don't know what this is about. We'll find out. All right. CoffeeZilla.
I mean, except that guy, obviously. Wait, click off that. Some of these guys you could trust. Some of them, they just have the right look to them. I think you can trust them. But today I just want to break down all the claims made regarding the Epstein files, starting with what I thought was the most egregious one, and that centrally explains why they're really talking about this. What their new line of attack is on the Epstein files. They didn't
Wait, guys, I can't actually hear what's being said. Did I do something wrong? There it is. Okay.
Cover it up. They just mishandled the comms.
Say this with all candor, we absolutely screwed up the comms of the Epstein files, we just did. But do I think the reason we screwed up the comms is because we were trying to hide something? No.
How convenient. They didn't cover it up, obstruct, lie about what was in the Epstein files until they were forced.
Guys, rule of thumb, if he's speaking, he's lying. If Trump is speaking, he's lying. That's all they do is lie.
By the Senate and House of Representatives.
And if they get something right, it's an accident.
In order to release it. No. They just screwed up the comms. They just didn't know how to roll that out.
Again, well, it's obvious that Epstein was a sick man.
Yes, but if people want to say we mishandled the Epstein release, guilty.
Oh, that's fine. You can say we mishandled it. Did we do it on purpose? No, not at all.
We did mishandle, especially the communications of it.
What do you think should have been done?
I think that we should have just dropped everything at the very beginning. And obviously it takes a little time to review the stuff.
Don't you love that? They had an option. The court ordered them to release it. He makes it sound like, well, we should have released it at the beginning because that would have been the right. Well, that was what you were legally required to do. That's the lowest fucking bar imaginable. You should at least have followed what you were directed to fucking do. It wasn't a choice. Why do you make it sound like it was a choice? You were legally required to release it. Right?
Find the stuff to redact things where you have victims and so forth, but we should have just done it as quickly as possible.
Oh, you mean the thing you all ran on? That didn't occur to you to do it? Mm-hmm. There was no other reason that you guys hid it for months and months? I don't even know who believes this, except for people who just take this stuff at face value. Yeah. But I want to show you definitively you should not take...
He's kind of cute, by the way.
The vice president at face value. J.D. Vance, in this interview, admits to things that tells you that he is a propagandist. He's not...
Right, LaQual, am I wrong about that?
Not just a guy talking about his true beliefs on...
Jonas, you're a degenerate!
...an issue. And the way we...
What did you do last night, Jonas? Let's share with the class, Jonas.
We know this is because of how he talks about Iran, where specifically when asked about his real opinion... He says, look, I'm not a commentator. He's just here to execute for the president.
I mean, my attitude towards this man, as you know, is the vice president, I'm not a public commentator. My job is to give the best advice I can to the president of the United States. But once the president makes a decision, my attitude towards it is I try to make it as successful as possible.
So that's what he's doing here with the Epstein files. Look, they covered it up. They made that decision. And now J.D. Vance is here to try to make it sound as palatable as possible to you,
there you go,
the viewer.
Okay,
and it's not
fine,
just...
Never mind. I thought, for some reason, LaQual, I thought he'd be your type. I'm wrong. Okay, forgive me. I don't know why. I apologize. I mean, I'm a weirdo. I shouldn't even do this. I apologize. Jonas says, I was galloping and skipping through the urban jungle, singing cabaret songs. That sounds amazing, actually. I feel bad now.
J.D. Vance that says this. The New York Times...
I don't know if I fully buy that, but that sounds amazing.
...has actual reporting on inside the White House freakout of the Epstein files. J.D. Vance is literally quoted in that piece talking about the Epstein files, saying this is a huge problem. When talking about the president and Epstein's relationship, there was some reporting that was coming out. J.D. Vance was trying to think of gambits to try to get people off the scent. quote, he thought that the White House should enlist Tucker Carlson to interview Epstein's longtime girlfriend and co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. It might help the president if Maxwell was willing to state that Trump had not been a part of wrongdoing with Epstein. Well, by the way, that happened, but just with Todd Blanche, not Tucker Carlson. So we literally know internally, JD was saying, hey, this is a huge problem.
Yes.
Hey, we got to deal with this. We got to, maybe get Tucker Carlson to
about it. I would totally watch that
interview Ghislaine Maxwell. We got to find a way to convince the public that this is no big deal,
Have
right?
we noticed that no one is talking about Epstein anymore? Like, no one is talking about Epstein anymore. It's like, I haven't even talked about Epstein. Like, there was all that really shocking and horrific stuff that we learned, and now it's nothing. No one cares. And the media doesn't talk about it. I honestly, that's the way it goes. But I also think that, I think a lot of people know that nothing's going to come of it. And so it's kind of like, well, if nothing's going to come of it, because our government is so fucking corrupt and nothing matters, that they can get away with fucking anything at this point. It's kind of sad to learn about it because then you realize all the stuff that is being allowed to happen. Anyway, I don't know.
He's literally part of the cover-up. Then he goes on the Joe Rogan Experience to do his spin move, right? Now,
because remember, guys, we have a government by pedophile, literally. I'm not joking. It's like we have like an elite class that are basically a bunch of fucking pedophiles. We really ought to work that into the shit into the American Constitution. And thou shalt have, we're a pedocracy. That's right. That's what I said previously in Valid Axiom. We're a pedocracy. And thou shalt have a government of pedophiles. And all your corporate interests need to be run by pedophiles, and all your nonprofits need to be run by pedophiles, and there should be a pedophile in every police department, and every other mayor should be a pedophile, and every other pastor should be a pedophile. It's great. It's like an American value at this point, isn't it? We got freedom, liberty, capitalism, and pedophilia. Anyway. But, and by the way, it's fine. It's fine. We're never going to do anything about it. It's such a deep, dark American value. We're never going to do anything about it. God bless this country. Let the pedophiles run the country. Exactly. You're right, Louise. It is the American dream. Listen, if you want to come to America, you can come here. You can be free. You can start a business. You can sexually assault a child. Literally, it's the best place on planet Earth. Okay, come to America. Anyway, I'm only partially joking, by the way. That certainly seems to be what we're okay with here. And, it doesn't piss people off that much. So, why not? Why the fuck not? We should just write that shit into the Constitution. Okay? Great. Ugh. Anyway. All right. Exactly, Jonas. They call it a dream because it only makes sense if you're asleep, right?
Wondering, well, how can we trust that New York Times reporting, right? Well,
is that what's his name, Jonas? Is that the one comedian, George Carlin?
Actually, JD Vance quotes it. This was during a section where JD Vance,
I like knitting cult lady in Valid Axiom. I would love to talk with her or do an interview with her, but I think I'm too small for her. But I would love to. Yeah, exactly, Vale. We're so free. We don't even punish the pedophiles. Yay! But I would really like to talk to a knitting cult lady sometime. I'm probably too small of a creator for her, but I like her a lot.
The commentator guy was trying to establish his bona fides with Joe Rogan's audience. He goes, hey, look, I'm a conspiracy theorist too. And he quotes the article.
You and I could literally do 2 episodes about this. I've gone on down to every rabbit hole. There's this funny New York Times story that's somewhat true, somewhat false, but where Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, says, well, we know JD's a conspiracy theorist on this. Like I am, actually. I've gone down every rabbit hole here.
So JD Vance says, hey, look, guys, hey, I'm just like you.
Why is everyone yelling at me as if I haven't taken a chance? You all have no faith in me. I only just thought of that when I heard her name. I'm like, oh, I should contact her. And you're all like, you miss every chance you don't take. I literally just thought of it. What do you want me to do? Send her an email right fucking now, Drusilla? Drusilla, I swear to God. Jesus Christ. Okay.
I may not be a commentator. I may be here to just play spin, but I'm like, I've been down every rabbit hole. Nothing to see.
Never again, never again.
Here, guys.
Drusilla, I don't need your fucking tears. You hear me?
just mishandled the comms. But if you look at it, that's just a direct quote from the New York Times article. Now, of course, yes, JD says, oh yeah, some of it's true, some of it's false.
Somewhat true, somewhat false.
But which part? You're quoted in there covering the thing up. Was that the part that's fake? The part which says you're a real conspiracy theorist like the rest of us? Oh, no. That's true. Everything else where you were involved in a cover-up involving the White House, where you were directly floating ideas to go interview Epstein's co-conspirator, not to get to the truth, but in order to exonerate the president, that's all probably fake. That's all probably nonsense. But it gets even worse, because one of the things JD talks about is how he's thought a lot about how to discredit conspiracy theories. Watch.
One of the ways you discredit a conspiracy theory, I thought about this a lot, is to try to hide it. Another way you discredit conspiracy theory is by flooding the zone.
Did you guys just hear that? He goes, I've thought a lot about it. One of the ways to discredit a conspiracy theory is to try to hide it. They did that. They
literally did that.
They told us,
openly
hey,
admitting
there's no evidence to predicate an investigation against any uncharged third parties. We looked at all the documents.
Flooding the zone, by the way, is a classic Steve Bannon approach. Steve Bannon has this idea that the Trump administration, when they get into office, they should just do a whole bunch of shit all at once to make it impossible for the media to follow along and to muddle the water so much that it's really hard to tell fact from fiction and things like that. You know, there was another there is another government that has well known for doing that, and that's Putin. Putin is well known for doing flooding the zone strategies and to just kind of like just muddling up the press in a way that makes it hard to know what's true or false. So, like, and for every article against you, you have an article published that just claims that that article is false, even if you don't have evidence. You just put stuff out there to make it harder to tell what's real or not. Anyway.
This year, guys, we're not going to release it. And then the second way is to flood the zone, which is you just throw so much unsubstantiated stuff out here, you discredit the conspiracy theory entirely.
Another way you discredit conspiracy theory is by flooding the zone. So one of the things I've tried to do when looking at all this stuff is to try to understand sort of where it fits in and to, you know, try to separate the real from the fake.
Now, is that what they did next? Well, actually, yes, it is. The way they released the files was in this giant dump.
Yes, Jonas, correct. Jonas says they judge China for controlling the news when they allow freedom but find ways to curb it. Yes, exactly, Jonas. It's a different in style, but not in content. Now, I will so there are ways to, in America, there are systems of social control, PR, and things like that. Yes, there is massive control of the narrative, but it's different than how they do it in China. This is complicated. You can actually access more news things in America than China, but it's really hard to figure out what's true or false. Anyway.
Of millions of documents. Not only that, Vance, in the New York Times article he says is somewhat true, somewhat false, says unsubstantiated allegations and anecdotes about Trump should go out, Vance argued. They were going to surface regardless, and if the administration published first, it would demonstrate good faith and take the oxygen out of conspiracy theories. Guys, he literally tried to do the thing he's telling you on Joe Rogan. Oh, I've thought a lot about this. This is how you discredit a conspiracy theory.
But seriously, Jonas. Exactly, Jonas. And that's the point, right? There's a reason why they want to defund education and shit. Jonas says, but the masses are media illiterate. Shit, I am too. Yeah, it is. And listen, I will say, though, Jonas, that even if, come on, there's a lot of folks in this chat that are massively educated, okay? I have a lot of education. But that doesn't make it much easier. I got to tell you, like, you can be really educated and have media literacy training, and it's still really fucking hard to know what's real or not real in the news. Okay. And it's really fucking hard to spy. By the way, now with AI, it's going to get even harder. So there is a mix here of like a lot of people don't have media literacy, but at the same time, even people with media literacy training, there are a lot of MAGA people who have media literacy training in school, but they're just not able to tell the difference. Because, okay. This is why I don't trust anyone and I live under a boulder. No, sir. That's not what I mean, Sir Bar. You can find stuff. There is stuff out there. Okay. I'm making it sound worse. I'm making it sound worse than it actually is. There are good sources, but it is hard for a lot of people. Okay. Yes, Jonas, you're right. And literally, so true, Jonas, that can lead to fascism. When you don't trust anything, It leaves you open to conspiracy theory and things like that. Maybe one of the next units I will do, one of the next themed units I will do is media literacy. I know a lot about media literacy and how to, like, use sources and stuff like that. It's one of my favorite educational things. So maybe we'll do a whole bunch of media literacy stuff one of these days. Because I want people to feel confident, but also have better, that makes sense. Okay, like to have better knowledge of that.
A bunch of unsubstantiated stuff.
Yeah, Zeteo is great, Vale.
So they don't pay attention to the stuff that is substantiated. And this is my problem with these types of interviews. Look, I don't think there's anything wrong with interviewing the vice president, but you have to take into account that he's not just a bro. He's not just your buddy, right? This is a guy who tells you he's not here to commentate. He's not here to give his real opinion. He's here to propagandize for what the president's agenda is. Here's a guy who says he's thought a lot about discrediting conspiracy theories.
One of the ways you discredit a conspiracy theory, I thought about this a lot.
Here's a guy who corroborates reporting where he is directly conspiring to discredit the Epstein conspiracy theory. But we'll just let him get away with saying he's just like one of us, bro. He's gone down every rabbit hole.
I'm like one of the OG Epstein conspiracy theorists. I've probably gone down every single rabbit hole we could go down.
I love watching these morons go on to Joe Rogan and then talk in a way that they think he'll appreciate. They start talking like idiots because they're like, oh, Joe Rogan will like this if I talk like one of the dudes. Right? Yeah, Jay Williams. Like, if I just talk like one of the dudes, he'll like me. Like, I'm one of the OG Epstein conspiracy. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Okay, great. I know, Invalid. I'm being an asshole, by the way. Doesn't mean you're unintelligent or anything, but I just, Joe Rogan.
Most of them today.
And so, look, with that out of the way, I just want to debunk some of the specific claims that J.D. Vance made. One, he tried to say, hey, look, the real problem was all with...
I hate it, Peck on Bet. I hate you so much.
Alec Acosta back in 2007, 2008 with the prosecution.
Look, the original sin of the Epstein investigation.
You are an asshole. Being one is part of your character. That is very true and valid axiom. I am an asshole. I am an asshole. Okay?
And obviously I'm biased here.
Thank you, Peck.
But it was not what Donald Trump and the administration did in 2025. It was, you have to go back to 2007, 2008. The original Alex Acosta investigation of Jeffrey Epstein, where he basically dropped the federal charges. I think Epstein ended up getting prosecuted on some sort of local thing. But the original warrant, he did the original warrant back in 2008. What was he looking for? What was he allowed to look for? What were they collecting? It was not looking at a broader conspiracy.
Hello, Luke.
So that happens, okay? Epstein gets pinched. I think he goes to prison, or maybe this is when he was on house arrest. But like anything that existed from the 80s and 90s.
That is so fucking true. Sir Bart's like, so Jews and immigrants are ruining the nation. I want to exterminate them all. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, that's totally like, that is a classic Joe Rogan kind of conversation. Like, he'll be across from a Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan that'll be like, hey, we need to start burning a cross in the front of the descendant of MLK's house. And then we might even do a lynching. And then Joe Rogan's like, oh, wow, dude. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Ooh. And like, it's so fucking stupid. It's like, and it's
2006, 2007. Anything that existed that we didn't get back then was disappeared. Right. So like when people say, has what you've seen on the inside make you think that that Epstein never blackmailed people? No, God damn it, Sir Bart. That Epstein never.
I know, Sir Bart. It fell down again. I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to find a better way to put it up so it stops falling down.
Or engage in broader trafficking? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, invalid.
What I have seen, and I've looked at most of the files, is that there just wasn't dispositive evidence. And if that dispositive evidence ever existed, it was probably destroyed after 2006, 2007.
JD, I got to give him credit. He's so good at this because some of what he's saying is like half true. Alex Costa did mess up the investigation. There was a completely ridiculous plea deal done, a sweetheart deal, and there wasn't enough evidence collected. That's all true. But here's the big lie. There was enough, and still is enough, in the Epstein files to predicate an investigation into uncharged third parties. They're just
okay, guys, I need to fix the fucking flag. It's going to drive me crazy. It's going to drive me fucking crazy. God damn it. I need to find out a better fucking way to put this thing up here. I swear to God. Ugh. Don't look at me. Everyone turn their eyes, avert their gaze. It's gonna fall down again. I can basically promise you it's gonna fall down again. This is a matter of fact. I need to find a better way to put this fucking thing up here. Jesus Christ. I feel like there's a... All right. Jesus, what is this? The fucking West Bank? Always trying to get rid of the palace. It's terrible. Okay. Let me see here. Get one of those hangers. I do. I really should do that, Louise. I need to get one of those hangers or whatever, but I did this just for in the short term so I could show it off to all of you. I actually need to get I need to get a better way to hang it up. Hello, Thorzane. Why are you screaming racism in the chat? How are you doing, Thorzane? Why are you screaming racism in the chat? Let's see here. See if that helps. All right. Let's continue, shall we? I will not wear it as a cape. That would be disrespectful. How dare all of you, okay? I only respect the flag code when it comes to a Palestinian flag.
Absolutely is. There is evidence of a guy still at large that is talking about bringing girls over from Eastern Europe very clearly in order to traffic them. There are powerful people mentioned in these files where we don't have those people's records, right? Because he's saying, oh, we don't have enough from Epstein stuff. Well, has it ever occurred to you guys that you could investigate other people? But that's not happening because that's not the goal here. The goal has been, and we saw it in the New York Times reporting, which J.D. Vance corroborated, was to bury this story as quickly as possible and move on. Meanwhile, they throw up their hands and they go, oh, we just don't have enough evidence, to lock anybody up today. He doesn't explain why they can't go start investigations tomorrow. It's kind of incredible to think in hindsight that in 2019, the government, specifically the FBI, had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating, and now we have none. And this brings me to my last point, which is about some of the victims who were not interviewed for all of this. One of the big...
I know, Jonas. Remember when Megyn Kelly proved that he wasn't a pedo because he preferred 14-year-olds? She's like, he only prefers 14-year-olds. He's not a pedo. So fucking evil.
Towards the end of the Epstein release was the fact that
right.
the DOJ has not met with many of the people who were trafficked to Epstein. That's something you would think would be the first stop if you're trying to get to the bottom of something like this, rather than interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell and then cutting her a sweetheart deal to move her to a nice minimum security prison.
Todd Blanche has never attempted to listen to us, the crime victims. Survivors in this room repeatedly asked to meet with Todd Blanche through multiple channels. He never responded. Yesterday, he said he would meet with us, with our attorneys, if they were present. But let's be clear, that was the first time that was ever communicated to us before yesterday.
Yeah, Todd Blanche is the top of the DOJ right now. He's like the guy who technically is in charge of all of this.
Okay, guys.
According to that woman, Todd Blanche only recently said he would even be willing to meet with the victims, and that was because he was very directly...
What we're gonna do, guys, we'll finish watching this. We have a few minutes left of it. There's only 3 minutes left. But then what we're gonna do is I'm going to get off of YouTube and I'm gonna play some of a game. Okay, on Twitch. So probably just a little bit, maybe not for that long, but a little bit of it. I am no. So yes, I'm gonna play some Rise to Empress there, Jonas. You know why, Jonas? Because you asked. Okay, so we'll play some of that. But first, let me just finish this, and then we'll do that. So for the folks that for the folks that are over on YouTube, please move over to Twitch. I cannot play. I cannot figure out if I can play, and I don't want to risk it. Rise of Empress on YouTube. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste a link to our Discord. The Discord first. So first, I'm going to copy and paste a link to the Discord in both chats. Please join our Discord. We have a fantastic community over there. You can recommend videos for me to react to. We have a reactions channel. So please join the Discord if you haven't joined it yet. We have a great community on there. Then I'm going to now post in the YouTube chat a link to our Twitch chat, our Twitch community. Okay, me over on Twitch. Please, if you want to watch me play this game, go over there. Paste. There you go. So there you go. Please, folks over on YouTube, I probably can't show Rise of Emperance on YouTube because of the music and stuff. So just come over to Twitch, okay? So anyway, let's finish watching this and we'll do that.
He asked about this where he couldn't really get out of it.
I have never said I will not meet with survivors.
Will you meet with these 10 survivors? I'm asking you on the record.
If they have lawyers, as you know, I'm prohibited from meeting directly.
No one this time. You said this whole situation shouldn't be this complex or complicated. What situation? I don't have Twitch, Discord, like you guys have a ton of people talking simultaneously. No, so a Discord community is completely free. It's just you go over there. We have a bunch of different channels. We have a food channel, so people post things they've made there. We also have a channel where you can send videos for me to react to. Oh, I got you, no one this time. Yeah, it should not be this complicated, right? All these PDF files, for sure. We also have clubs over there. There's a book club on. We literally have a book club, guys, because I try to run a democratic server to some extent. And eventually we're going to make a co-op out of the community because I'm a socialist. So we're going to have a co-op. So if you go over to Discord, you can get more involved in the community. You can join one of the clubs if you want to. You can just chat with people. You can talk with me. I am very often in Discord just chatting with people. So if you want to talk to me, yeah, to a degree, Jay-Wans, because right now it's a slightly it is still ultimately a dictatorship, but I give as much freedom as I can. Okay. But eventually it'll be it will be completely democratic. So anyway, but it's really fun. So go do that. Okay. No more Sam in Discord. No. Okay. So join our Discord. I highly recommend it. Okay. All right. So let's finish this and then we'll play a little bit of the Rise to
with
Empress.
them. I have met with counsel for survivors.
Kind of. Vale Antec says President Xi smiles. Vale Antec, it's a managed democracy, which is what Putin calls Russia. It's a managed democracy. I manage the democracy. But seriously, though, come on, you know, Jay Williams, you know it's much more democratic than any other fucking server you've probably ever been on, so I don't want to hear that from you. The rest of you, I don't want to hear it from you, okay? But anyway.
As has many people in the Department of Justice, over 30. But if they are represented by counsel, we will work with their counsel. If they don't have a lawyer, I will certainly make arrangements to make sure the right people at the Department of Justice meet with them.
Thelonious, I swear to God, Thelonious, I swear to God, there is no manager. It's a democratic community. The manager is, well, I guess I am the manager. But still, okay?
Absolutely.
What's the Discord link? No one here, sure. I just posted it in the chat over on YouTube. It is the, oh wait, oh my God, I posted the absolute wrong, I'm so sorry. I posted the wrong fucking Discord link. God damn it. Give me a second. I'm going to repost the Discord link in the YouTube. All right. Copy. I'm a fool. Paste. There it is. So I just posted it in the YouTube and I'm going to post it for people over on Twitch too. There's the Discord link. Join the fucking Discord link. God, okay, everyone, I'm a fool. Yeah, there you go, no one this time. Send me a personal message, no one this time, because I like learning about people. I chat to most people in the community and get to know them about it, but you don't have to tell me personal details, but I might reach out to you. Okay, typical manager, always wrong. Louise, rude. Jonas, don't laugh at Louise. I hate all of you so fucking much. I swear to God, Louise. Anyway, we'll finish watching this.
Will you get it done within the next 30 days that each of these survivors...
I will get it done today.
What do you mean today? We're talking 2026, bro. We've been talking about the Epstein files for literally years now, and as the lead guy, you didn't think of this? It's only when you're being pushed to meet with survivors that would even occur to you that they might have information on the people who committed these awful acts against them. I mean, that never occurred to somebody. I just don't believe it. And that's the thing, when you actually hear some of these survivors talk, a lot of them will say that it's been a pattern of not investigating.
Jess, why do you think it was so hard for him to just say, yes, I will? Especially given the fact that we know Todd Blanche flew down to Florida and met with Ghislaine Maxwell of all people
I don't care.
in person.
Literally,
one of the tactics we've seen
is
I literally don't care. I'm sorry. Can we? We're not gonna watch the rest of this. I get it. Okay, I'm sorry, but like this is like lib shit. I don't want to have to watch a video of MS Now being like, why don't they do? Because they're liars. They're all lying. We can like nitpick about it, and we get it. We get it. I'm sorry, I'm being an asshole, but we're gonna move on. Okay, yes, the Epstein files are insane. We need to fucking arrest and/or bring to justice most of the government. Yes, I know it'll never fucking happen because it's America. We don't give a shit. Okay, we don't give a shit. It's a pedocracy over here. We love pedophiles in every part of government. Why, why? I mean, I'm not surprised. We love killing children overseas anyway. We fucking bombed the fuck out of girls' school in Iran. If we love slaughtering children, it's not much harder to just. Okay. Anyway, I don't mean we, Druzilla. I mean the United fucking States. Okay. Anyway. God, I hate this country. I mean, I love it. God bless America. If there's any FBI agents watching, I love this country so much. Such a great country. Never did anything wrong. Okay, let's go on. Let's do some other shit. Casual rockets. I mean, that's what we do, though. We love killing kids in this country, apparently. Isn't it great? Love being an American. Oh, Jesus Christ, I hate everything. Okay, so let's find this. Let me pull up the game. So, guys, we started playing a game. Now, there is a problem with this game. The problem is that it is in Chinese, which means that you can't, if you're not watching the screen, you won't be able to hear what's happening. I will try to, but then the problem is the text goes by really fast, so it's also, I won't be able to read all of it. So try to watch the screen. If you don't, I'll try to give you the general idea of what's being said. And where the fuck is it? Why isn't it popping up? So it's a fun game where we are a princess in China, or like a courtier, excuse me. We're a courtier in China during the imperial period, I guess you could say. And we have to stay alive and stuff. And it's kind of fun. And it's really hard. And it makes me sad because I die a lot. All right, give me a second. I'm going to move some things around. Give me a moment here. Good. 1 second. I need to find a way to actually turn it into... Okay, this is what we're going to do. Give me a second here. Okay, so now we're going to go to the gaming screen. There it is, game capture. Now I shall make sure to capture the sound. And I have to mute it because otherwise I'm going to get copyrighted, and then I'll get off of YouTube. Road to Empress, there it is. Now, video game capture, where is my face? There it is. Okay. All right. So for those that are on YouTube, thank you for watching. Tomorrow is my regular day off. Normally I am off on Sunday, so I might not stream tomorrow. I might, but I might not. Sometimes I randomly decide to do that. Okay, so I'm going to leave YouTube. Thank you everyone for watching over on YouTube. Bye-bye, folks. Join our Twitch if you haven't already. It is linked in the chat. All right, guys. Bye-bye.